Oy. So yeah, what's everyone up to? Camera looks good today, right? It was a little too blue yesterday on gaming stream. I think it was a little too yellow the day before. I think we got it. Yeah, this feels good. Yes, I've built stuff in Go. Depends on what you're asking about. I tend to pick Go for CLI tools. It depends on the CLI tool. Sometimes I'll just do Node.js to hammer out something quick, and in rare cases, I'll just do Bash because it involves scripting things that I would need to script from Bash, like Apple script. I wouldn't want to maybe like deal with the headache of a wrapper around uh like making CLI commands when I'm already using Apple script as a wrapper around that. But that's kind of an edge case. You notice that Docker punches holes in the firewall. Mm, does it? I don't think I was aware of that. All right, so yeah, I don't feel like doing a news crawl today. Let me just grab the chat here, and we'll just get into things. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, it's a good one. I like that sound too. Okay, I see. Makes sense. All right, so we generated a migration. Gotcha. Yeah, that's not ideal, Nick. Yeah, I mean, in general, you still probably want to have something like Nginx or a reverse proxy sitting in front of everything. And then it's up to what the reverse proxy decides to expose to the world, right? It's in my fork of that repo. I don't know if they've merged anything yet. This one is called Night Drive, I think. Yeah, Night Drive. The ones with the .bak, they don't work, but I didn't want to delete them just yet. Yeah, no worries, Ernst. Okay. Makes sense, friendly Ode. I get that. Yeah. What I was getting at though, no good Nick, is you would basically have your IP tables locked down to where no ports are exposed to the outside world besides the ones that Nginx is then routing. I thought it was just straight up IP tables, but maybe I'm wrong there. I don't know. It's been a while. Usually, I just have anything like that on my machine locked down with like a secure URL to access it, right? I believe RabbitMQ allows you to do like an authenticated connection string. So then everything else is just denied. I mean, that might be the better fix anyway. Sure, someone might be able to sniff that you're using RabbitMQ or whatever, but as long as they can't actually access it, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I don't know. It's definitely a gap for me. So yeah, don't necessarily listen to what I'm saying there. In my opinion, having a locked down connection string solves the problem, but I'm sure security people would disagree. Yeah, 0 day. That's basically what he linked to in that Y Combinator link. Someone in that link basically just said they explicitly bind to the local host like URL or IP address, and that basically solves the problem. But yeah, Nicholas, how you doing over on YouTube? Cheers. So the part we're at right now, let's double check what we got here in the back end. We've got a count, which starts at 0. We've got a last resend at, which is a UTC date time. And the value is just going to be either a phone number or an email address. But we're going to be using these for all of them. And it's going to be organization specific. We don't want to do a unique index on just the value, though. Yeah, okay. So I like what we got here. Because we generated it this way, I believe that means that this is where we left off. So yeah, this is a duplicate. And what did we call it? We called it verification resend rate limit. What big modules we have. We're going to have an org ID. Value is a string. This is count. Integer default 0. Perfect. Yeah, I like this keyboard. God, I keep forgetting. I need to. I need to message that company, and yeah, we'll schedule a thing because I think they just pushed out a new firmware. So I need to update my firmware, and they want to maybe like show us some features or something. You know, sponsored content wise, because I got the keyboard for free, and it's a spendy keyboard. And yes, I use splits. There was a while where I wasn't because the splits I have were messed up a little bit. I know, I understand the meme. I've had this keyboard since maybe October? Maybe earlier than that? Something like it. 1 second, sorry. Okay, so I'd say this works. It's a really long module name. I'm not too worried about that part. We do need to do the type. Org ID value count. Sure. You love how I was just coding behind the scenes? No, I was just posting a message for work. Someone reached out to me like cold email wise on LinkedIn, but could be useful. So I just passed that on to work real quick. Here's a question. Do you guys read the newsletter TLDR? Anyone here? You do? Okay. No, I get that on often. That's fine. And yeah, cheers on the first message after having followed for a month. Cool. You recommend it to people. Okay. Okay. Their programming and big tech section. No, that's fine. I get it. Because, yeah, I'm like looking deep into it. So it looks like I'm like getting behind the code when I do it. I get that. No, that makes sense on often. And one more thing. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Now I see what you mean. Like back end because I'm like leaning behind it. Yeah, yeah. No, that makes a lot of sense. Totally. Okay. Sorry. Just yeah, yeah. Work stuff. Just double checking. So the part we're on now is we've got these endpoints done. Real quick. So you're trying to set a custom shader. Nothing is loading. You added custom shader. How do you see logs? So one thing you have to do is you have to completely restart Ghosty. It doesn't do it like automatically just by saving your settings. It doesn't even do it by opening a new tab. Really? Well, let me double check. Let me see. So this is what mine looks like. I'm not aware of any logs that you can get at. But this is what it looks like for me. One thing to double check, SwagDev, is close and then reopen your config. See if it opened with edit permissions or not. I don't see why it wouldn't, but just to be sure. Like, make sure it actually saved properly. Do I recommend Ghosty? I mean, I think the shaders thing is really nice. I really like the shaders thing. And other than that, it's a terminal. It works like a terminal. I find I don't tend to need a lot of the features that iTerm ships. Yeah, maybe. Like, just remember, they're just terminals. Right? It's just a wrapper around whatever shell you have set up. So is it really the terminal you don't like, or is it the shell that you don't like? Like, I'm just curious, what is it you don't like about Kitty or Alacrity? And what you're getting at is maybe like its ability to do like multiple windows or something. I don't do any of that stuff. As long as I have tabs, I'm good. But I don't do split screen. Like, I zoom in far enough so you guys can see it. Like, this is the size that it is on my desktop here, you know? What a bummery, awesome experience. Sure, I can see that. But okay, so value. I mean, value should not be null. I don't know if we need to enforce that constraint here. We can just enforce it at the app level. But okay, so now that we've got this schema set up, we're going to need a couple repository things. Okay, Maniac. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't use NeoVim, so yeah, I don't run into issues like that. I don't use tmux, you know. Pretty much a normie when it comes to my command line. Basically, I want something that I can just have work on any machine. So I try not to do too much like customization of my dev setup. Right? Like, you know, you hop onto someone else's device. Are you lost? Like, are you even able to be productive? Yeah, yeah, exactly. Like, it's nice to customize your tools and it feels good and blah blah blah, but I don't know, I'm very utilitarian when it comes to that kind of thing. I don't customize my car. I don't, like, my car gets me from point A to point B. A computer is just a tool to get things done. I do put stickers on my personal MacBook. That's about as far as I get. You mean this thing in the background? You want that as shades of blue? Yeah, I mean, you could go modify it. Basically, head over to Shader Toy. And you can start fiddling with this stuff. Right, so there's this one. It's called Shader Toy. Mine, for some reason, is off kilter a bit, and there's probably just something here in the math to modify. You don't need the audio. Right, so if you wanted to, like, fork this and make your own version of it, you can start fiddling with, like, the colors and some of that other stuff. And maybe this opens up something for you where you get really into making your own shaders. Right, so streetlights. The bokeh. Like some of these. Yeah, no worries. Yep. Yeah, so a lot of the shaders that I ended up putting into the Ghosty Shaders repo, I got from Shader Toy here. Ah, there you go, Swag Dev. Okay, interesting. So the transparency breaks it. Oh. Okay. But yeah, headlights, you could probably change the colors on the headlights. Things like that. But hold on. Who got a new thing? Oh, okay. The bread. You just switched to a MacBook. First time you've used Mac OS for more than an hour. Got it. Yeah, check out Ghosty. Alt move, alt resize. Yeah, what you're probably looking for is something like rectangle. I know there's others too. I'm not sure what's better or worse, whatever, but I think this is one of the more up-to-date ones. Anyone else got any recommendations for like window resizing kind of stuff? Yeah, no worries, the bread. This is just the one I'm aware of. Magnet is another. Okay. Yeah, probably that one's good too. And yeah, looks like this one's totally free, so I'd prefer that. The other one's got like a pro version, less into the pro versions, but yeah. Yeah, check Magnet or Rectangle or see whatever your company says. Yeah, no worries, Maniac. Yeah, this might be a way to get around some of your Tmux issues, Maniac. If you're just doing your window management through Mac, then it's just another terminal tab or a terminal window instead of like worrying about Tmux and fiddling with that stuff. I don't know. Totally up to you. Your mileage may vary. What you'll notice for me is I do just the cornucopia. I leave like corners of windows that I want to get access to somewhat visible. Right? I like to call it the chaos spiral or the doom spiral. That's my window management. I'll just drag something to a place where I can see it along with the others as I need them, and then I'll just call it good. Chaotic? Yes. Does it work? Damn right. Oh, and you guys can't see that corner. But basically, yeah, there's like little edges of all sorts of windows showing, like in that available space. That's going to go in my list. That's going in the YouTube list. Maybe Maniac, but right? Like, you saw how I was able to find that, like, immediately, right? Technically, the Trello tabs here act as the divider between my archive of things that I want to go through again at some point, and the right ends up being my working session, where sure, I've got some extra stuff in there I could get rid of, but the working session is pretty manageable. I wanted to keep that one, and I wanted to keep that one. We'll do that maybe tomorrow. Yeah, I'm fundamentally against bookmarks because the moment you bookmark it, it's hidden in this thing that you'll never get again because it's like abstracted away and hidden on your machine, and it doesn't travel with you from machine to machine unless you log into Chrome and use it forevermore. Whereas I can use my Trello, like, hey, I want to do content about these things, right? I can use this on any machine, any browser, everything, right? So a tab session manager, sure. Just in general, I like these being top of mind. I like them being there all the time because it gives me a good moment to be like, okay, it's becoming overwhelming. Time to go through it, which maybe we'll do on 420 or something. One second, though. Okay. And yeah, Firefox has a lot of good extensions. Yeah. So yeah, back to it. So now that we've done this like verify notification thing, I'm trying to think about how I want to do the data fetching for this part. It almost makes sense that we'd want it to come back on the response for each notification, but maybe not. And the project is this. Okay, so here's the thing. What we're gonna do then is we're going to lazy load this part in. Because it should be pretty quick, right? And we'll simply have some logic for it. Okay. So yeah, that gets back to we're going to do some back-end stuff for this. Here in the notifications repo, this is where we started creating this part. And this doesn't exist. So verifying a notification, we want to check this. Get verification rate limit. I think that works. And instead of notification ID, it says org ID and notification value. Or are we doing some more select logic? I just want to double check that. Okay, so it is a struct, and we grab the values that way. Count last resend at. That might be all we need. So we do need to bring this in. Oh, and did I not do the project command? Oh, wait. Oh, what are we going to do with the keywords? Sorry, I missed that question. So Moshiko, it's about creating notifications. So if you are a brand and you want to know anytime someone mentions your brand or a product you make, you can get a notification in your email, via SMS, or via maybe Slack or Discord eventually, right? It's mainly so you can do just like follow-up marketing engagement BS, right? Like brands and social media teams would find heavy value from that. At GetKraken, we have a feed Twitter Slack channel in which we get notified when someone tags us on social media, or on Twitter specifically. So because of that, I think there would be value for a Blue Sky one. And theoretically, once we build this out for Blue Sky and ATProto, which would include skylight.social, we could start adding things like one for lobsters, and one for Hacker News, and one for whatever. One for Reddit, maybe. That's the basic idea. Is this going to be a thing that makes me a shitload of money? Hell no. Could it be a sustainable business that makes a couple grand a month? Maybe. Like, totally. I don't see why not. What I also gain from it is I'm using it to prove out the idea of Walter, right? The thing that we were working on previously. I just need to rebrand Walter. I think I have a name. I'm still sitting and stewing on it because we don't need to decide yet. The moment we need to start bundling it into this, right, we're going to have to get it launched so that we can launch this. And then from there, we can see if Walter is actually solving a problem, and if it is, then we can get launched. We can like launch Walter more fully, like probably not ads, but at least marketing BS about it, etc. And what's up, Phantom? How you doing? So that's the idea, right? My goal is to dog food the other things I build. I'll also want to maybe start dog fooding Vexilla, so I should probably put some more effort into Vexilla and making sure that the app works even and that it does what I need. Things like that. Quotani is already the name we got. That's the one we're heavily considering. Yeah, Vexilla is the feature flag tool, for sure. It's not production ready for anybody yet. But yeah, Quotani is the one that I'm heavily considering right now. I even locked down the domain name already. Because, yeah, in some language, quota translates to Quotani or something like that. I used to have one of the tabs open for voting, but yeah. You needed to roll out your Vexilla alternative as you badly needed one? I get it. Honestly, Growthbook is probably what you're looking for, because you can self-host Growthbook, but you don't even necessarily need their dashboard because it ends up just being another like JSON file somewhere. Growthbook goes way beyond what I needed for Vexilla. But I still like building stuff and dog fooding. JSON on a public GitHub repository. And that's how Vexilla works in general anyway. So yeah, maybe in the future you can migrate if you want, but I think you can do the same thing with Growthbook. But yeah, basically I had to pivot to stuff that I think is actually a good business, and I don't think Vexilla is a good business. It's just, it was a fun project to make. I want to become financially independent and not need a job. That is my, I think that's everyone's dream, right? I want to be wealthy enough. I don't care about being a billionaire. I just want to be wealthy enough to not have to have a job. I think so. Yeah, exactly. Oh, I make six figures. You're saying six figures from side projects? Yeah. Basically, make what I make as a salary from side projects would be the goal. More would be nice, but yeah, just if I could make my same salary without having a job, right, from other means, well, that's just the dream. I get it, Moshiko. Yep. It just takes practice. And remember, if it's been 6 months since you applied to a company, reapply. They don't care. I'd say 6 months is a good safe, like, reapply number. Nugget.1? No, I don't trust any fucking founder boot camp SAS boilerplate fucking shill assholes. I don't trust any of that shit. Hell no. Hell no. They make their money off selling a course, not actually being successful. Okay, so I could check that out then. Nugget.1, you're saying? Sure. But yeah, like, who's the fucking dude? Mark Louvion, right? He makes more from his bullshit boilerplate than he does from any of his side projects. Right? Yeah, dude. Right? He makes more from bullshit courses and bullshit boilerplates than he does from any of his actual indie stuff. Like, this dude is a fucking charlatan. Like, dude, why the fuck is he teaching anybody? Those who can do, those who can't teach. It's especially true for fucking like snowboarding and things like that. Lessons from a person that's not capable of actually doing it for a living? Yeah, no thank you. I don't know, man. He's got a YouTube or something. Like, I don't know. He blew up on YouTube. He's got 175,000 followers. I don't know, man. I don't get it. He might be a really nice dude. I'm not trying to say anything about him as a person. I am simply talking about as an entrepreneur. This is a huge red flag. He's got 18 other things that make around 1K a month. Okay, cool. Notice how all of these basically have a downward trend? He makes a lot of money on the hype, and then it's over. $18 more. Yeah, 18 more that don't have any revenue that he's willing to show. Like, I don't, it's just, this is super fucking gross to me. Grow your startup with data, not guesses. Doesn't really look like it's working for him. Like, I don't know, man. The only one that seems like it's doing any good is By Dispute. I don't know, man. No, he's probably a really nice dude. This is not anything against him. This is just me being fundamentally against people that sell courses, right? Against those courses themselves. They make more teaching people how to do the thing than actually doing the thing. There's something wrong with that. And I'm not saying all teachers are bad, you know? We wouldn't be anywhere without university professors, etc. So they got to do it for the passion, but do you think this dude's doing it for the passion? Maybe a passion for money. There you go. Passion with dollar signs instead of S's. Nailed it. Nailed it. But you got to be careful. You can't bash that guy too hard on the internet. Otherwise, the trolls come out of the woodwork. Like, dude, if I posted a tweet about this, oh, man, it'd be bad. Like, if I tagged him and posted a tweet about it, I'd be in for a world of hurt. And before someone clips that rant and gets me in trouble. I think it's fine. So yeah, back to what we're doing. So we want to get verification rate limit. It's not going to be something that throws. Ride his hype? No, because then I'm just as gross. No, thank you. Keep in mind, like I just said, I want to make money off my side projects, but I enjoy making them too, and I assume he enjoys making his. But even if I become successful, do you think you're going to see like a how to make money course out of me? No. I don't know. I think y'all know me better than that, at least. Only course I'm even considering is Roll Your Own Auth. Not necessarily as a you should do it, but more of a you can do it, and here's how. because at least learning about the process is valuable. Do I find the act of coding enjoyable? I find the act of creation enjoyable. I can't paint. I can't draw. My singing is passable at best. No one's going to pay me to make music. Eventually, I can build some side projects that maybe make me some money, and then I have time to make some music. Or then I have time to go snowboard more. Let me put it this way, Krasner, do you not find the act of coding enjoyable? Like, yeah, no, I love this shit, man. I wouldn't stream doing it as much as I do if I didn't like it. Maybe that's another part of the reason people burn out as software and game dev streamers. They're not doing it because they like it, they're doing it because it's a means to an end. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think the streamer burnout situation is crazy. And it happens, and I understand it, right? To say that they don't enjoy coding is probably not the reason. Like, they'd probably just rather do it without an audience. Sure. Yeah, the frustration's actually the fun part. Like, you know, sometimes you play a video game not just because it's easy and you stomp it, but sometimes because you enjoy the challenge. If everything were easy, what would be the accomplishment? We're getting philosophical about Coding Maniac. Krasner asked the question, do I actually enjoy coding? And I do. I get it, Krasner. Yeah, like not every side project makes money, right? And I'm okay with that. Sometimes I just want to build something, like figuring out how to port shaders from ShaderToy to Ghosty. There was no profit motive for that. I just enjoyed it. It was fun. Building the thing that shows the animations of the shader. That was just fun. And we vibe coded that. So it's not necessarily just the act of coding, it's the act of creation. I like having an idea and making it real. And coding is one of the few ways that you can really like do that and solve a problem and have something that was just up here, ephemeral, into something real. So maybe like you're kind of saying the same thing with the outcomes, but I would never phrase coding as sucking it up in the way I approach it. So there's definitely some difference there. Design, I suck it up. Right? For sure. Oh, I am staring into your soul. Damn right, citizen. Hold on one second. Yeah. Design is something I don't enjoy at all. So maybe that's it. Like Krasner, do you enjoy the design process more? Maybe. I don't know. But yeah, just being able to create something from nothing. Yeah, I love that. Like, do you do brain teasers or puzzles or, like play any games like that in your free time? To me, coding is basically just a series of puzzles that you got to figure out. The people that made Jackbox games had, what was it, brain games or something? Maybe it wasn't Jackbox. I thought they made brain games back in the day. No, maybe it wasn't brain games. Mind games? No. No, I'm thinking of something that was it was like older and it had like one of the games was like scheduling traffic lights in a way that made the traffic flow as efficiently as possible. Like it was just a bunch of those kind of like puzzles and brain teasers. Anyone remember what I'm talking about? I could have sworn it was the people that did Jackbox games. Yeah, it might have been before they were known as Jackbox though. Or it might have been just a totally different company. I don't know, maybe Chat GPT would know. Right? If anyone here doesn't know. Like we could ask Claude. How about let's do Claude. I remember brain game pack from the I think it was even like the 90s or early 2000s that had a game for scheduling traffic. What was the title of that of the game? The Incredible Machine? Okay, that could be it. Mm, nah, I don't think that's it. Think Fun? No. Yeah. could ask my mom. She might remember. Hold on. Yeah, I'm just curious. She might remember. But yeah, I don't know. It's not important. But basically, yes, those kind of games. It was a top-down view in which you had like increasingly bigger like maps as like the difficulty went up, and your goal was to keep traffic flowing without causing traffic jams. And your mechanism of doing that was timing the lights. And then they would like alter the flow of traffic kind of generally. So certain roads would be busier than others, kind of stuff. So yeah, it was like a top-down view, green for the grass in the middle, I think, and like just roads and cars. It could have been Dr. Brain. That does sound kind of familiar. Not the TV series. Maybe not. I don't remember any like animated characters. This is actually important to me now. Oh, so this looks pretty much exactly like how it looked. But it was part of a game pack. And yeah, we're really talking like late 90s. Like maybe even like it wasn't mid 90s because it was at our second it was at we lived here in Washington for it. Um yeah, I don't know. Traffic Giant? Maybe. I remember it being part of a pack. Oh, definitely not Traffic Giant. See, this is isometric. Thing I'm thinking of was top down. So, like, this looks closest. Right? This looks like closest to what I'm thinking about. But I don't remember Rex being a thing. And these graphics are like a little too like new. Yeah, like, dude, it's crazy how like you remember back in the day your parents are like, "Oh, don't post that to the internet. It's forever." I'm calling bullshit. There's so much shit that the internet doesn't remember. Dude, nah, the internet forgets way more than you think it does. Yeah, the internet is really not forever. It's crazy, right? What quote are you looking for? Oh, okay. No, I like that. Yeah, that's cool. That's a good quote. I don't necessarily like his music, but yeah, like I'm definitely into like some of the stuff he says in that way. I'm sure there's some songs of his I like. I don't seek it out, so I don't know. Yeah, exactly. All right, so notification controller here. Yeah, we are overloading the notification controller a bit, but I think I'm okay with that. And you know what we could do? We could reduce some of this boilerplate here. Right? Yeah, just reduce some of the duplication. I think that cleans it up a little. So we've got the verify endpoint. Oh, there you go. Like pasting it over the tip of my tongue. There you go. Was it a DOS game that I'm thinking of? Could have been. Like, we would have had Windows 98 at the time. Could have been Windows 95. But that doesn't preclude the fact that it could have been a DOS game still. Because there was a lot of games done that way. Like, it definitely could have been DOS. So keep in mind, it wasn't a standalone game. It was included in, like, a pack. Oh, really, Krasner? Any results? Okay, so no, it was graphical still where like you had green for like the area between things. So no, not quite like this. Yeah, so when you say DOS game, you mean like literally rendered in like the text view like that? When I think it may have simply been like we launched it via DOS, but that doesn't make it like a DOS game then, right? Steve Leonard. All right, rabbit hole time. No, no, it was definitely more graphical than this. No, no, I get it. That's fine. Yeah, no, it was point and click still. But yeah, hold on, Steve Leonard. Uh, okay, so that was Rush Hour by Steve Leonard. Okay, okay. Oh, okay. I was like, why does Steve Leonard look like Josh Hutcherson? Oh, it is Josh Hutcherson. Totally different thing. All right, never mind. Whatever. It doesn't matter. Yeah. It's like, wow, he looks just like Josh Hutcherson. Huh. Weird. It's uncanny. Hold on. I just got to look at this real quick. MCP.run. What is the pricing of this? Yes, like a public tool repository. Yep. So yeah, hold on. Let me just share this real quick. Was it casual traffic? Hold on. We'll look. We'll look. No, no. So, yeah, again, this was strictly top down, strictly orthogonal. It was not 3D, it was purely 2D. Smart games, strategams, that sounds so much like it. Oh my god. Strategams? Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Had the brain. Yeah, you found it. Oh my god. You did it. That was it. You did it. Here it was. Yeah, here's the traffic. That was it. I know, right? Like genius, dude. You did it. Look at the big brain on Tommy. That was it. That's why I thought it was a Jackbox thing, because it had this goofy picture on it. I was like, that's got to be a Jackbox thing, right? That was totally it. Yeah, good job, man. Do I have a VIP to give? Don't. It's as good as I can do. I need to free up some VIP slots. Oh, I know I didn't have to, but no, you're awesome. And yeah, you're always a delight to chat with and everything. Like, yeah, for sure, man. Let me just let my mom know. It might drive her insane. Right, but I was on the right track with like brain games. It was smart games, stratagems. Yeah, dude. Good work. Good work. I'm just proud my memory helped you get there, right? Like just describing it, like the top-down orthogonal view, the green between the grid. Like, man, good job, brain. Sometimes you always wonder, like, did my brain just make that up? Because that's kind of what memories are anyway, right? But yeah, good job, brain. Nailed it. Notification value is actually equal to a case where notification.type is that, and nailed it. Notification value. And we can actually just do the case based on this part. All right, so this is actually incorrect. And yeah, verification rate limit should be coming back with an OK or error. It's going to be per notification, not per user. And we're going to do it based on org and notification, technically. Real quick, I got to use the restroom. Give me a sec. I've got a concert to go to tonight. We're going to go on stream here until around, doors open at 7. I don't need to be there for door opening. Band probably starts at 8, and that's going to be the opener band. So yeah, we'll finish up here around like 7:30, which means we got plenty of time. But I got to use the restroom, so I'll be right back. Give me a sec. Grabbed that a little bit later. But we are back. What does the sign in the background say? It's hilarious, actually. The one that's like kind of sideways. It's from a ski area. Ski area assumes no responsibility for personal belongings lost or stolen. Please use ski check. So that was basically around the time that Stevens Pass was changing their sign systems from wood to like the cheaper, like corrugated whatever BS. So they were just giving those away. And it was my first year ever working at Stevens Pass. And they were like, yeah, if you guys want to take any of these signs home, go for it. And I just thought it was really appropriate. Especially because I was working in ski check that year as well. So I don't know. It's like, yeah, really good sentimental value to me. Danger Rocks. Yeah, that one's good too. For sure, Mullet. Danger Rocks. Or whatever, right? Like, yeah. Rock on, Danger. For sure. Yeah, exactly. All right, so how many resends do we want to do? I'm going to say 3. We can always change it. But the value here is going to actually be okay. Oop. All right, so error not found. We actually just want to create this thing. And we don't actually have a create rate limit function. So we got to go do that part. Yep, so we'll do that. This is going to be the new count. This can actually just be another one of those. Count we have to pass in. we should do this anyway, right? Org ID. Oop. And value. Yes, we're muddying some of the responses here. Like, our notification JSON and notification controller is a bit heavier, right? So, like, notification rate limit might have been good as it has its own, like, entity. We can always find a better abstraction later. I'm okay with it for now. But this part needs a to-do. So instead of send SMS, this is going to be use better render. Right, so on the third one, we do that. Otherwise, we resend verification, and I think this is actually wrong because we're not resending with it. So then let's head back here. Verify notification. Yep, the logic for determining the verification happens elsewhere. But get, create, update. Yeah, it just hallucinated that part. So we don't have a resend notification function. Update verification rate limit. To do send verification again. Use better render method. And realistically, this part, it's not actually something that should ever happen. Because instead, when we create the notification is when we should actually do this part. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No worries, Maniac. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, thanks for finding it. That's awesome. And yeah, later, Maniac. Have a good one. Yeah, the person that did that was Tommy 715209. Tommy's not their real name, but their name, the numbers remind me of the Tommy Two Tone song, right? 8675309. It's fun to have inside jokes, you know? Damn, someone is cheap and hard out there, man. I got some neighbor that smokes a lot of weed. I know, right, Krasner? I can smell it from here. We aren't neighbors. Like, damn, dude. Take it easy. We're not neighbors, and we can smell it from here, dude. Cheech and Chong would be jealous. But, Maniac, thank you for the gifted sub, dude. You're my 1 tier 3, and you're gifting? Like, man, thank you. So yeah, Kenny, the Mental Gecko, Lime, Phoenix DPI, and No Good Nick. Yeah, thanks, Maniac. Oh, you know what? I don't even have to do this. Yeah, we can simplify this part. Right? Since we're doing like the two different paths for email and SMS, we can just do that. And why did I do the map merge? It's just merged params. So that simplifies that. But for each one of these, we want to do that, but the value that we're passing is just going to be notification dot oh, hold on. This is specific notification dot. Oh, right. Yeah, specific notifications, the results. This is actually merged params email and merged params phone number. And what the hell's the issue down here? Oh, yeah. Oh, and instead of case, it's just that. And then otherwise, that. So instead, we want to do greater than or equal to 3. At which point, we might as well just leave it an if. So yeah, resend verification doesn't exist. I'm surprised that was saying it did. What I'm thinking is maybe we just let this be active and we have this text here. And if it's been less than the amount of time we say, then we let them click it. And that's when we come back with maybe a message like, you must wait until the appropriate amount of time has expired to resend or something. So then we could actually get rid of this text, and if they just click it, that's when we check if it's been long enough, and if it hasn't, we come back with some like error text saying, must wait the appropriate amount of time before being able to resend. And then the resend button has like the countdown in it, like ticking down. And then once it's valid, the warning text here goes away and the button becomes active again. I kind of like that. Because this is already a bit verbose, right? Users aren't going to read all that. But if it changes, then they might read it. I think I like that. I think I like that. Yeah, I like that. All right, that'll be the move. Let me double check one thing. Oh, hold on. I gotta pass this on. Sorry, just the work thing. Gotta pass this to work. And then I can pour one of those. Okay. So yeah, how's everyone doing? How's your Thursday? Yeah, we're gonna do one of these. I'm gonna pace ourselves as we go, but yeah. Gotta get in the right mindset for some music. I'm heavily questioning if I even want to go. Like, I don't know if I actually want to leave the house today. But I'll do it, I found I gain more by forcing myself to go out when I don't necessarily want to. I feel like leaving the house once a week is probably a good move. The show in town is called, it's by the artist The Polyrhythmics. So it's some like instrumental kind of like funk. It's gonna be my first time at the Crocodile in their new location. So it's worth like checking out a new venue, see if I actually want to go again, but also support like a local band because they're from the area. Yeah. I refuse to go to like arena shows. Like I'm not even gonna go see like Primus or Tool or Pinback at an arena show. Now, luckily, Pinback and Rob Crow aren't big enough that they'd be at the Showbox anyway. But Primus or Tool, like, nah. I've seen Primus at the Paramount. That was already too big of a show. If Les Claypool comes to town with any of his side bands at, like, the venues I like, I'm there. I think that's an old person thing at this point. Like, picking a band to go see based upon if it's at a venue you actually like. Mm-hmm. Like, it blows my mind the people that go see concerts like Taylor Swift, etc. Like, is it actually fun? Like all the lip syncing? I'm good. No thanks. Like, yeah, I just don't see the point. But I don't get much pop music anyway. Like, I don't understand it. I don't get the appeal. But that's just me being the old curmudgeon I am. I've been an old curmudgeon for at least 30 years. Maybe not 30, like 25. The music might be fine. I don't see what the point of the concert is, though. Why would I spend $300+ to see your lip sync? What's the fucking point? Back in my day, we canceled artists because of that shit. Milli Vanilli are rolling over in their graves. They lost their entire career. But Taylor Swift can do it. Fucking Ashley Simpson is crying herself to sleep at night. Why'd she get canceled for it? It's what 20 years difference makes. Like, I'm not even sure I like it when the artist gets up on stage and basically just presses play on their laptop and then does the solo thing along to it. I'm on the fence of if I'm even into that. Droid Bishop put on a good show. But I don't know, man. He wasn't the headliner, so it's okay. And as a touring musician, it's a lot easier to make a single person doing that work if you're not even the headliner, if you're just an opener. All right. I can give some leeway. But yeah, no, that's just me. Me being overly critical. And it's not a slight on the music, right? Like whatever music you want. Like, we'll never agree on that, probably. Like, and if we do, that's cool, but it's rare to agree on music taste. And I'm okay with that. But just, ugh, I don't want to pay money to go see someone lip sync. You can just see people in their cars in traffic doing that shit. I know it's not the same thing. But yeah, no, it's just I don't get it. It's a cult of personality thing. Milli Vanilli, Ashley Simpson just didn't have that cult of personality. And I think it really does depend on the fandom. Could you imagine if Maynard was caught lip syncing at a Tool show? People would fucking riot. Like, dude, people would die. People would fucking die. All right, so hold on. Verify we got resend notification. We need to add permissions for that. Shit. No, nope, that's not it. You are going to need roles.write permission for that. What we got to do is we got to do the better render method. That's all there is to it. Now, luckily, we only actually have the one render method. And yeah, there's only like one thing we got to create for it too. So it's not going to use the data. It's not going to use the show. It's not going to use the index. It's going to be just its own separate def, rate limit, whatever, right? I don't even think we need this, man. No, I think we can just do this. Params. Call it good. I'm okay with that, yeah. Because it's not notification. Oh. hold on. All right, we'll do that. Sure, we'll still do like that destructure. And then here, right? So that's what we'll end up doing there. And this is not resend, result. There we go. So resend also needs to actually update the verification code. All right, so my thought here is I could just update the verification code at the same time that we're doing this like type check. No, I don't want to do that. Just in case the user clicks resend and they've hit their limit, but maybe like the code comes back. They should still be able to do that then. Yeah, I think I like that idea. So, yeah. This part's wrong, though. And one thing we're doing here is this function needs to be abstracted. We're calling this specifically in like maybe 3 or 4 places. And if I want to change it, we shouldn't have to like find and replace it, right? Because I do expect to maybe change this value eventually. I think we'll stick with numbers still. But yeah, eventually maybe we switch the way we're generating the numeric code, right? Maybe we don't use nano ID. At the end of the day, we should only have to update that in one place. So I probably need to create a module for that. We see validation. What about verification? Yeah, we should do that. Let me get more music going, though. Should we give a listen to the polyphonics? Or polyrhythmics? Sorry. I mixed the polyrhythmics up with the monophonics, which is also another good funk band. But yeah, we should give the polyrhythmics a try. And speaking of, have you ever heard of the monophonics? They're also really good. They're also like a funk band, but they have singing. They do a really good cover of a Bang Bang, right? That Nancy Sinatra song. I think that's Nancy Sinatra. No, hold on. Who did the original? My Baby Shot Me Down. There's no way that was Cher. Really? Was that really Cher originally? No. Was that really Cher? Huh. I never would have guessed that. Really? Oh, so Nancy Sinatra did the cover. Got it. Wow. Yeah, so Nancy Sinatra's was the popular one in Kill Bill, and that's the one that most people know. I didn't know Cher did the original. Holy shit. That just blew my fucking mind. Huh. All right. Whatever. Damn. Well, damn. Did anyone else know that Cher did the original of that Bang Bang, My Baby Shot Me Down song? I had no idea. Let's try this one. I wanted a longer concert from them. This one's like a live recording at the Nectar Lounge. I don't think I've ever been to the Nectar Lounge. I assume that's still a venue. Looking at it, looks about my size. Oh, and this is from just last year, too. All right, yeah. All right, we'll give this one a try. All right, so let's define this module. It's going to be what? Def module something or other. Utils verification. Nailed it. All right. I know it's incredibly simple. Does it justify having a whole module? No, but I don't want to have to repeat myself, and I only want to update this in one place when we do it. What? Oh, yeah, no, I see. Yeah, that's going to be a bug there. All right, the sound isn't the best. All right, yeah, I think this will be a good show. What two questions? I'm going to guess your first one is, what's under the beanie? But maybe not. What are your questions? Why the font, maybe? Or what the font? Oh, no, I'm guessing. I'll let you go. Yeah, what the funk? We are listening to some good funk. What to do with the fire hose that wouldn't have a pretty hefty hardware cost? I mean, the hardware cost really does seem kind of simple if you're just listening to the fire hose. You know, it's just a WebSocket, and data in is free. So any good cloud, you wouldn't be paying any bandwidth for listening to the fire hose. Like, almost every cloud has free ingest. So listening to a WebSocket is ingest. I get it cross keys. Maybe dial it back a bit. You may be surprised to recognize that hating on this font is a bit ableist because people with dyslexia, not all of them, but some, or at least a percentage that is greater than a minority, find this font easier to read. This font does several things correct when it comes to legibility. Most people just hate it because the internet taught them to. If you're going to counter that with, but it's not monospaced, I'm going to point out that I don't think you need monospacing in your editor font, unless you're in NeoVim. And even then, questionable. Yeah, I don't care about the kerning. You don't need monospacing. Right? Open dyslexic, I actually find unreadable. So it's at the expense of people who are not dyslexic. So this fits at least a good middle ground. Let them. That's fine. Just let them. You're paid for the product, not the result. But that's a big reason why, like, let me at least make this point real quick. For AI to take developer jobs, the client needs to know what the fuck they want. Right? They don't, so our jobs are safe. But back to your first question, which I think is far more interesting. The fire hose. So the thing I'm working on is this. All right, so all I'm doing is listening to the fire hose. I don't care at all about pushing data back to ATProto. And I'm not even sure how you do that. Like, I don't care. Like, it's not something I need to solve yet, so I haven't looked into it. And I just realized we have a typo in that project command. Whatever. We'll leave it. Elixir is a fine language for all sorts of stuff. In my opinion, the reason I'm using Elixir for this project is its ability to treat any other server within the cluster as if it was just another process on the same machine with just different latency characteristics. Which means to farm out and scale horizontally becomes really, really simple. I believe to scale this project, I will eventually have to do that. But for our MVP, I doubt we'll ever have a problem. Yeah, and it's less a feature of like Elixir and more a feature of OTP and the Beam VM, which is what Elixir's built on top of, but Erlang has that same characteristic. I find the Elixir syntax easier to read than Erlang syntax. But yeah, Elixir is definitely worth looking into, just for the sake of learning about it. The thing you're going to run into is that there is not strict typing. It is technically strongly typed, but that doesn't mean what a lot of people think it means. When people think or hear strong typing, they're thinking strict typing. So at least one thing to be aware of, just to understand how the stuff works, etc. But yeah, I would say Elixir's worth learning just simply for the fact that learning a new language makes you better with the ones you know. And you can take patterns from other languages and put them into the languages that you do know. Like, I don't know if you're a fan of or know Dylan Mulroy or DM Mulroy. He's a huge fan of OCaml. He has adopted OCaml patterns into how he writes JavaScript and TypeScript these days. Right? Good ideas are portable. By learning new languages, you can learn some new ideas. So I'll just throw that out there. Learn as many languages as you can. And then it gets easier to learn a new language after that. Which then just makes you a better dev anyway. Right, that's fine. Yeah, learning Go will make you a better dev. Learning Rust will make you a better dev. Learning all of them will make you a better dev. And then just simply pick the one that you think solves the problem that you're trying to solve the best. And it will change from project to project, problem to problem. Automatic nightshade? What is automatic nightshade? Is that like watermarking or something? One thing you might be aware of, though, is I believe what you're currently describing is a ATProto DTS, I think is it? Maybe DTS is the wrong name. Oh, but can poison AI models. Oh, that sounds cool. PDS, not DTS, PDS. So what you're kind of describing with owning your own data is owning your own personal data server. Right? If you want to build a service around people hosting their own personal data servers, yeah, go for it. I think that's a good idea. I'm unaware of other people doing it, but I'm sure someone had the same idea. That doesn't matter, because you still learn a lot by trying to do it yourself. Yeah, beyond a toy box. Exactly, right? Which is why, I don't know if anyone's like truly tried to tackle it yet. But I know very little about it, so that's up to you. I still think it's a good idea to try it, because why not? I bet you learn a lot along the way. And that's value in and of itself. PDS stands for Personal Data Server. So Lightspeed, basically ATProto is a decentralized network, a decentralized protocol, meaning that you can own your data and take it with you from platform to platform, etc. You can revoke all your data from the ATProto network by simply unplugging your PDS. No. Sikorsky's, what I would say is you can try it. You can figure out if it's possible and figure out the technical parts of it. And then later maybe think about how you want to monetize it. But you will learn a shitload. And it doesn't hurt you at all until you try and release it. But you can get some friends in on it and it's real easy. Dog food it yourself and it's real easy. It will only hurt you if you try to make it big before having a monetization strategy. As simply a learning opportunity and something to provide utility for you and maybe a select few people that you like, that cost is pretty minimal. And I would simply say you don't know the right way to monetize it until you start trying to build it, because you don't know what your costs are. If you're like truly, totally unfamiliar. Yeah, think of Blue Sky as operating their own PDS, but also as being an aggregator of other PDSs. You could absolutely operate your own PDS and still publish to Blue Sky, right? Yeah, exactly. So it's more about data ownership. In general, just think. You own your data instead of it living on someone else's server. Sure, there's the idea of that other server being an aggregator, but that's a small part. Proxy layer for Mastodon? Maybe. I mean, technically, Skylight.social would be their own wrapper over ATProto that is their own, like, TikTok PDS, right? But instead, still, you can have your own PDS that just publishes to those things. So, yeah, maybe Crosskeys. Have you seen Skylight.social? Skylight is completely separate. It's not even the same people whatsoever, right? It is on ATProto, but it's like completely different, like, builders of it, right? And technically, Mark Cuban invested in Skylight.social. He didn't invest in Blue Sky, or maybe he has separately, but they're separate things. They're separate entities, separate businesses, right? Technically separate PDSs. They're just all built on ATProto. And you do log into Skylight using your Blue Sky account, but that's about as far as it goes, as far as I know. God, I've definitely got some allergies these days. I need to get that figured out. Like, what am I allergic to? I believe my dad has the same allergy, so it's probably the same thing. It's like some kind of pollen or something. Just randomly, though, I get these like histamine bumps, which are really annoying. because they get itchy. So yeah, technically it's a public benefit corporation. I don't know if that necessarily means nonprofit. But the fact that Mark Cuban donated some money or, invested or whatever you want to call it, it's pretty cool. But yeah, let's get back to what we're doing. They're like a middle ground. Yeah, I'm not so sure. I don't know. I do believe they're still tax liable. Yeah, I don't know. Not sure about the difference. Yeah, so I mean, nonprofits are still allowed to like make money. But I guess is like how you use that money becomes the tricky bit. So that's maybe the big difference. Right? Having the generic money towards public good is maybe something that nonprofits don't have as an option. Nature is trying to kill humanity via the release of pollen. I just think it's a side effect. Okay, so I think we're pretty good here. I think this backend endpoint is looking solid. At which point, now we need to get the front end part going. But hold on. We've got this new method, resend verification here on the controller, but we don't have this, right? The operation stuff for generating our client end types. So this is resend verification. Oh, no worries, cross keys. Like, that's the whole point of streaming. Like, dude, if I just wanted to get code done and not chat, I could just do that offline, you know? No, the whole point of streaming is the conversation in the chat. Mullet.dev, you still out there? How you liking this music? I know the mixing isn't great. Sounds like they recorded it with just like a camera. Or like not a camera, but just like a microphone rather than like tying into the mixer. But it's still pretty good. I would assume it's going to be better mixed, and like the sound I'll hear in the venue will be much better. But yeah, I like this stuff. This is some good funkiness. Polyrhythmics, set 1. Nectar Lounge, Seattle, Washington. And wait, they do 2 sets? Maybe not always, but oh shit. I might be in for a treat tonight. Like a sludge funk. Yeah, I'm not sure what makes it sludge funk. If it's just the bad mixing, this is a live concert rather than like their recorded stuff. So I wouldn't necessarily judge like the tone as heavily at the moment. Yeah, I don't know what makes something sludge funk. Let me know. I do have to go pee though. I'll be right back. I will see it here in just a second. Okay, and I'm back. And oh my god, 7 Deadly Seas. I am so sorry I missed that. Thank you for the sub, dude. Appreciate you. 7 Deadly Seas, Mr. Sir. Yeah, I was spacing. I'm sorry, Mr. Sir. Yeah, how you doing? Very slow and very bassy. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think these guys, they pick up the tempo from time to time. So I don't know if it's quite the same. But yeah, this is some good shit. I do like it. Yeah, you're right. It is like a little lower tempo than some funk. So totally get it. Okay, so sludge as like a descriptor is more about like the bass heavy, like slower bit. Sure. Okay, I get that. Yeah, I think the bass heaviness is actually just bad mixing. So that, like, that might be something you're reading into the genre a little more than normal. Sludge metal, kind of an oxymoron? I don't know about that. Hold on. We're going to let this song finish real quick. And I got something that I think you would absolutely classify as sludge metal. Let me cue it up real quick. All right, so hold on. This song. It's by a band called. Oh, it's not. Yeah, yeah. It's by a band called Goblin Cock. If you don't know the band, you might know the singer, Rob Crow, from the band Pinback. So I'm no Lightspeed. Do you think this qualifies? Would you call this sludge metal? Yeah, it's kind of cool. Right? Like, really makes you realize that Rob Crow from Pinback is, like, quite versatile. And if you're unaware, this is a reference to the movie Billy Jack. There's a famous quote: I'm going to take this foot and I'm going to whop you right upside the head with it. I don't know if he says it specifically that way, but yeah. It's a quote that's been like referenced in a lot of stuff. Like even the movie Major Payne made a reference to it. Bam Bam Bigelow then chimes in, "Don't you pull that Billy Jack bullshit on me." All right, Dragon Fleas, what is that from? What is that from? That's a good quote, too. I don't think that's from Billy Jack, though. What is that? Black Dynamite, maybe? That sounds like Black Dynamite. Maybe it has a meme origin. Tomato, tomato. It's fine. All right, let's get back to some funk. The more I listen to these guys, the more I'm like stoked on this concert. Yeah, this will be good tonight. Right, so this is a little faster. Which is why I don't know if sludge was quite the right thing. It almost reminds me of get up, get on up, get up, get on up, get up, get on up, get up, get on up. Right? It has a very like James Brown vibe to it. Like especially that song though, right? Yeah, I'm looking forward to the show actually. This will be good. All right, so back to what we're doing here. Yeah. I know. Taking my sweet ass time. That's what we're doing. I don't think we actually need a request body on this one. All right, so we need to define that. Yeah, shit, dragon fleas. I'd be really curious if you find the origin for that, because it does sound really familiar. It almost reminds me of like I'm gonna shove him up his ass, and I don't know what that's from. Is that? Is that Turbo Kid? I know there's the meme from Turbo Kid. Maybe not meme, but like the imagery of like the stacked like three people on top of each other thing. Everyone just stops to look at it for a second. I really liked Turbo Kid. I thought it was great. It's a great font. Yeah, for sure. Damn right, Mars. You're welcome. You can get it yourself. I feel like the drummer lost the rhythm there for a second. Like it wouldn't have matched to a click track, that's for sure. You're saying for like this front end? Yeah. So I'm just using Neo Brutalism as like the component framework, and the colors are actually one of the colors that you can pick from their like styling configurator thing. Which is pretty cool. Hold on. Uh, Here we go. Sorry. Just one more quick thing. All right, there we go. Okay, sorry. I work as a developer advocate for GetKraken, And we have a CLI tool. Someone had some feedback for how our commit message generation works in GitKraken Desktop, which is the GUI that most people are aware of. We have a CLI tool that also does commit message generation. And someone submitted feedback for the desktop that I think is actually relevant for our CLI tool as well. So I wanted to pass that on. And hold on, I got one more place. Oh, shit. So then, real quick, has anyone here actually used commit lint? Yeah, this seems like really interesting to me. I've never used it myself. Does anyone here use commit lint where they work? Seems really interesting to me. I've never used it myself. I have used Comitizen and a few other things like conventional commits, etc. But yeah, this seems kind of cool. And this just blew my mind. I didn't know that you could do npm installs this way. So commit lint CLI and then the config conventional. You could actually interpolate that on the command line? That just blew my mind a little bit. That's really cool. Looks like someone subscribed. Thank you. Appreciate it. Feel free if you don't want to shout it out. Totally up to you, but thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Ooh, and Kenny, yeah, you're thanking Maniac for the gifted sub, right? Yeah, super cool. Yeah, yeah, really cool of them. All right, so last little bit, we need to just create that response type. Been playing your Switch? Ooh, what you been playing? Ah, the show. Nice. 24. Okay, so yeah, like 1 year older. It's not like you need to upgrade. Like, only if you really, really care about roster updates. And even then, I think the show 24 still ships some roster updates too, right? Like, when do they stop shipping roster updates to the older versions? Usually do fake rosters anyway, so it doesn't matter. Sure. Yeah, that makes sense. You still play 22 and you need to upgrade. Yeah. Yeah, so Ty Sweezy, 25 is not on Xbox Game Pass, but 24 is. So if you do have Xbox Game Pass, you can upgrade for free to 24, but not 25, which is annoying. But it's a good fun game, you know? One of my favorites is making like ridiculous characters. So pretty much every year that I have the show, I create two characters. One is basically me. He's like he's as short as you can possibly make him. I give him a good handlebar mustache because I'll never be able to have one, so I can live vicariously. And he has like the worst stance ever, where it's just like he rests it. He's got his arms in here, the thing's on his shoulder. Like I try and make him as ridiculous as possible. And then I do another that's even more ridiculous, where I make the dude as tall as possible. I give him the biggest head, the biggest ears, right? Like, he becomes a comic book character at that point. I give both a badonkadonk, you know? But it's always fun just like playing the two different characters. All right, sorry. So yeah, quick feedback stuff over there in chat. And yeah, what's everyone up to? You guys enjoying your Thursday? Right? Your Friday Eve? Happy Friday Eve to everyone. What's up, Ramses? That might not be the way you wanted to have your name said, but that's the way I'm going to say it. Ramses the 7th. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. All right, so now we have this response to find. Okay, so now we need to get the front end working for this part. Oh, this is going to be a good show. Yeah. How about y'all? Y'all seen any concerts lately that you're really stoked on? I'm a little curious about that. Like, what all has everyone seen? I saw Magic Sword and Time Cop 1983 recently. Those were good shows. Would I suggest Codefinity? I don't know what Codefinity is. Okay, so it's like a Code Academy something or other. I would definitely recommend like I don't know for sure. I don't know Codefinity. I would say don't worry about the certificates. Certificates are basically meaningless. There are only a couple certificates that are actually valuable. But if you're in it for the learning, go for it. Like, I don't know. I got no opinion. If you're looking at getting started in code, I tend to recommend Free Code Camp. There's also 100 Devs, which is a really great community. And then beyond that, I mean, there's also the Odin project, which I don't have a link for, but we can Google it. Yeah, I would just simply say the Codefinity certificates are probably not even worth the paper they're printed on. I know it sucks to hear that. The only certificates I know of that have any value are the MCSE, like Microsoft ones, for Microsoft specific things if you want to get a job at Microsoft. So if you want to work with SQL Server, yeah, the MCSE certificate might be worthwhile for it. And then the other one that I've heard really good things about having value is the Cloud Practitioner certificate from Amazon for AWS stuff. Those are really like the only two. And the Amazon one is actually like cross-cutting. It works everywhere. Whereas like a lot of the MCSE stuff, you're only getting value if you're applying to a Microsoft shop. So either Microsoft themselves or a vendor or like a brand that uses only Microsoft as a vendor. There are companies that do that, and they do have value, but you need to like research the companies that do that before it's worth getting the MCSE for it. The learning is totally worth it, no matter what. Like any certificates, the learning is probably worth it, but it depends on how much it costs you. If it's free to get, well then, yeah, it's basically worth what it costs you to get, which means nothing. Other than the value that you got from the learning. But the AWS one costs money to get that certificate, and passing that test does give you some value. Yeah, for sure. But I would say the most valuable certificate out there is the Amazon Cloud Practitioner certificate. That one, because AWS is so like genericized at this point, and most organizations are using it. If you want to do back-end stuff and infrastructure and DevOps and like all that kind of stuff, yeah, that certificate has major value. And even then, if the company isn't using AWS and they're using something else, it still shows that, number one, you put your money where your mouth is and you got the certificate, and that you're capable of learning that stuff anyway. Because a lot of that knowledge is transferable in some way. So Stephen Task, again, like what I'm saying, the AWS Cloud Practitioner certificate is the only valuable one I can think of. Even with experience. Yeah. Yeah, so Stephen Task, I don't know. Again, it's just my opinion. I don't know for sure. I have heard this from people who are in hiring positions, however, though, right? Managers, team leads, all that stuff. That's the only certificate they have told me has value. I've been on the front end, so it's not something I've looked at as important. But if someone did have it, that is a little notch, but it's not something I've cared about when interviewing for front end roles because I don't give a shit. I'd rather ask someone technical details about what they've done. And normally, I don't care what framework you use because I use all of them. I can ask you relevant questions that prove whether you're bullshitting us or not. So that's the way I've typically had to conduct like senior front end interviews. I've got to ask the person questions that will just let us know if they've done the thing or not. I will look at a GitHub. HR doesn't. But the moment your resume gets past HR and then goes to me as one of the rounds of the interview, I will look at your GitHub. No, I get that, Steven, right? Just having it is a way to get through HR. And it's a way to get past like a hiring manager. The moment you get to a team lead or a senior who's part of the vetting process, that's when the certificate might not matter as much. But to get the interview, those certificates are valuable, right? Like the AWS one specifically. In general, if it costs you nothing to get a certificate, it's worth that as well. Like only the certificates that cost you money to pass a test, to get that piece of paper, that's the only thing that's going to have value getting past HR. Beyond HR and maybe a hiring manager or like a, like project manager on a team, etc. Meh. No, I mean cost nothing as in like the application process. I don't know who paid for yours, but if it costs money to do it, there's value. If it doesn't cost you anything to get a certificate, I don't know. But even then, just recognize that some companies charge you money and they're still worthless. Like a lot of boot camps have been regarded as basically diploma mills, where you're just basically buying their certificate that you finished, So some boot camps are worthless too. Despite the fact that they charge like 20 grand. At the end of the day, if I was interviewing someone, I only care about what they can do. And I will ask questions about the experience they say they have. That's how I do it. Other people find other value other ways, but we found an interesting article. I can't remember the company. Was it CapCut? I don't think it was CapCut. It was some like online video thing though. It wasn't CapCut. Yeah, it's lost forever. Hardest part is getting that first job, 100%. No, so boot camps have value in what they teach you if you're not capable of teaching yourself. Boot camps also have value in that they often force you to work on a team, and you can't get that on your own either. So I wouldn't say boot camps are worthless. It depends on the boot camp, etc. They'll have that as part of the guarantee, but what's the Tommy Boy quote? If you want a guarantee, I can shit in a box and mark it guaranteed. I got the time. I'm pretty sure that's the quote, right? Something like that. You need to be able to do both, Steven, for sure. But being able to work on a team versus being able to work solo, being able to work on a team is actually far more valuable. The most costly thing you can do on a software dev team is hire an asshole who's technically proficient. If no one on your team likes working with them, it was a bad hire. Doesn't matter how good they are. I think a lot of people need to learn and understand that. It doesn't matter how good you are. If you suck to work with, your job prospects are very small. That's why so many companies concentrate on culture fit and like personality tests. No, I get that. I understand, right? You need to be able to figure things out on your own. But what I'm getting at is you need to be able to work with a team too, right? It's not a one or the other, it's both. You got to have both. It is far easier for someone to become proficient solo than it is for someone to be able to work on a team and have the team like them. If you're a freeloader, yeah, your team's not going to like you anyway. Like, yeah, right? So, yeah, it's really about checking as many boxes as possible without necessarily being, like, the best at any of them, I guess. But yeah, real quick, let me go pour some more water, and I will be right back. Give me a second. So, hold on. That reminded me of a good anecdote. Oh, and Steven, thank you for the sub. Or, damn, 10 gifted subs? Dude, thank you. What I was going to get at, though, real quick, is when I've been interviewing people for, like, a senior front-end role, my main job was discerning the bullshit artists. And there are so many out there. Like, it's kind of crazy how many people think they can just lie on a resume and they're not going to get caught. Like, dude. So, we had one dude. I was basically interviewing them for my role because I was a contractor at the time. I ended up working at the company to fill that role because they couldn't find anybody. I knew it was me interviewing for my role, but that's the job as a contractor. Like, you know, that's just the right way to do it. So, yeah, I conducted the interviews hoping to find someone, and we did hire someone that I recommended, but they didn't fill my role. They just filled, like, another role on the back end, which was annoying. But one of the people we interviewed was so unqualified and such a bullshit artist. First off, on their resume, they had that they were a CTO of some startup. Turns out it was their company. And then I looked at their GitHub profile, and they had like beginner React tutorials and basically nothing else from just 6 months earlier. Like red flag after red flag. I still gave them a chance. Asked them, like, hey, this is for an Angular role, but do you want questions about React? They said, yeah, give me React questions. I said, do you want class components or hook components? I don't remember which one they said, but I started asking them questions based upon their answer, and man, they didn't know what the fuck they were talking about. What's the second argument for a use effect? That was one of the ones I like to use for people that wanted hooks. You should be able to answer that. It should be really easy and really obvious if you've done any React, especially for a senior role. For class-based stuff, I would typically ask, like, well, name some of the hooks you've used for a React class component. And I don't care if you get it exactly named right. If you can just tell me, like, the order in which they happen, or, you know, like, just even name the render hook. Like, come on, man. Like, any of them. Should component update, or component did mount, right? Like, any of those. Crickets. How would you debug a poorly performing React component in a class-based context, etc.? Like, a bunch of that stuff. Tell me how you avoid use effect is probably a good one. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily, like... So here's the thing. For all of these things, you can get a few of them wrong or not know the answer. But if you get all of them wrong, that's a bad sign. So for that one, I would probably forget about use sync external store. I would say, well, there's use callback and use memo to avoid unnecessary re-renders, maybe. Sure, that might be my answer. I would also say, well, maybe use a state management library that abstracts away some of that stuff for you, such as Yotai, so you could do dependent atoms, etc. But if they had no answers, I could see that being a red flag for sure. But one of my favorite ones for a senior engineer that we all, like the person I mentioned that we hired that went to the back end, my question for them was, where would you detect a 401 error and log the user out? Right? Like when you get a 401 response from the API, where are you listening for that? And where are you doing the redirect back to the login page? The people that sucked, well, I would do it in the .then or the .catch of that request. For every request? Yeah. Hell no. I don't care if they know the word interceptor. If they understand the logic of what an interceptor does, big pass. But also, pretty much only one person deals with that logic on every project. You could handle it at the top level, right? In like a broad config, but I wouldn't do it in like the individual, like use query config or whatever, right? And no, I mean on the client. This would all be in the client. But, oh, what you're saying is like the client definition, right? Rather than like the request definition. I haven't used React query myself. I've been meaning to for a long time, but I end up following this pattern where I do services and I create like a base service that does that logic. So then it's like, you know, the auth version. Yeah, the before request attaches the token. The before error handles that logic and does the redirect. Voila, right? But one place rather than everywhere. And I'm using this like service pattern from Angular, basically. I'm a big fan of like cross-cutting patterns. The one thing I don't like about this pattern in React is that you kind of basically have to do like the window.location part rather than utilizing whatever router you have. I don't think you lose too much by doing it this way, though. I mean, a page you shouldn't have access to is probably a 403, not a 401. Right? If it's a permissions problem, that's a 403. 401 is a bad token, like, categorically. Right? Bad JWT, bad cookie, whatever. I would point out that it's a bad API if it's giving you a 401 for a permissions issue. Which, I mean, we've all worked with bad APIs where the back-end devs don't actually know their, you know, their ass from a hole in the ground, right? What's the difference, 401, 403? Like, we've all dealt with devs like that. We've all dealt with 200 error, right? Like, fucking GraphQL, right? So, you know, not everything's as straightforward as you want. 200 failed successfully. You know? Fuck that shit. But yes, I will simply point out 401 for a permissions issue is entirely wrong. There are entrepreneurs. Yeah, sure. No, it doesn't sound that strange, right? Like, Levels.io made a shitload of money by just vibe coding some shit plain game. And then he hit the bottleneck of a lack of context and not being able to debug things he had no idea about. But he put in that experiment, like, he tried it. Like, Levels.io, I consider a friend of the stream, if not, like, a real friend. Like, you know, I've never met him, but he's a good dude. And I think the hate he got was unfounded because he was just trying it. Did he admit it? He absolutely admits that he was getting errors that he wasn't capable of debugging. Yes. Like some of the mobile stuff. And, like, technically, he was hitting the limits of cursor. He admits that 100%. Like, the context being passed wasn't big enough, and it was duplicating functions and doing all sorts of wonky bullshit. Because it grew beyond the context window that cursor was able to handle. Definitely not. No, hell no. Like, I don't know a single person who's launched a real project just vibe coding. Right? Not something maintainable. But you know what he did do? He proved out the idea, and if it was something he really wanted to continue doing, he could do it. Oh, Ben, dude, we were just shouting out Mark Liu and his bullshit earlier today. Please, please, please don't clip this and tweet it. But, dude, right? Just look. Right? Just look. The dude is most successful for selling people on how they can be successful, not actually being successful himself. Are you fucking kidding me? His most profitable thing is a course on how to be successful, rather than him simply being successful. His second most profitable thing is him selling a boilerplate for building a profitable SaaS. And then everything else? What the fuck, dude? Are you kidding me? This dude's a charlatan. This dude is the definition of if you can't do it, teach it. Right? Like, look at it. The only thing he's gotten any traction with, sustained traction, like, even then, Zen Voice, By Dispute, I think, is his best thing so far. I would say By Dispute is his actual best project. It is weird that people worship him, but you know who worships him? People that also don't do shit. People that live on pure hope. Wasn't his boilerplate full of exploits? That one I'm not 100% sure of, Pyro, but I believe so. Yes, I do think I've heard that. I don't have any good references for it, though. This dude simply has a famous fucking newsletter that people who operate purely on hope read. And he's got 170,000 fucking Twitter followers or whatever. And he lives in Bali. Like, it's all bullshit. It's 100% bullshit. Nobody should be taking notes from this dude. You know what's even funnier? He hasn't updated any of his fucking, like, MRR numbers. Don't you think someone that's truly just savvy and transparent about that stuff would probably just update that stuff and have some, like, automated tool for doing it? He could probably vibe code a fucking MCP bot to update his description if he cared or wanted, you know? It's just, I don't know, man. He's a good marketer. That's it. He's really good at marketing. I will absolutely stick by that statement, for sure. Oh, is that it? Was he in, like, some documentary? Some indie hacker documentary? I like Levels, and I think there are some really good indie hackers out there. Shit, what's the name of it now? My brain's blanking. Right? The self-hosting platform. Right? Codify. Right? Or something like that. Coolify. That's it. Yeah. Dude, that guy's awesome. Fuck yeah. Dude, Andrus is great. Yes, Levels, Andrus, like, but for every awesome indie hacker, there's like 1,000 shit indie hackers. It's crazy. It's fucking crazy, dude. For every one that is actually worth paying attention to, there's like 1,000 just pumping out bullshit. Yep, it's easier than ever just to pump out some dog shit. Now, keep in mind, I'm not successful either, so whatever, but I'm not selling someone a course on how to be successful either. So there's definitely something there, right? I'm just sitting here, hanging out, barely coding. What do I think about Theo? He's a nice dude. And I think his indie hacking is successful. Right? So he's one of the ones that's doing it rather than just tweeting about it, you know? Now, he's leveraging his audience, but he's still providing value. Like, Upload Thing has value. Is it something that I think anybody can actually learn and teach themselves and not have to use Upload Thing? Yes. But Vercel is like $1 billion business based on people that don't want to learn how to do things. Clerk is like a $1 billion business based on people that don't want to learn how to do things. Yeah, I like Theo, personally. We had some friction when I first met him due to some shit, you know, whatever. But, no, I like him. He's a good dude these days. Can we just recognize I'm kind of a dick? And it's, you know, like, yeah, sometimes I'm just a dick. Not always justified. I do think I was justified at first. But for, like, a somewhat petty reason. The amount of times that I've hung out and chatted with Theo, we're totally good. I look forward to hanging out with him at this point. Right? If I go to some conference and he's going to be there, I look forward to hanging out. So that one, Steven, I'm not sure I agree with, because it depends on how you want to define success. Yeah, again, Steven, I think it depends on how you define success. I think certain things are absolutely bootstrappable. Like, look at Upload Thing. He didn't need a bunch of funding for Upload Thing. Nah, man. For the free tier, he would have had to pay some out of pocket, yes. But you didn't need VC funding for that. One angel investor in your set. Right? One angel investor of 10K. An Upload Thing was set to be successful, you know? I think certain things are absolutely bootstrappable. And then other things are not. You want to do a hardware startup, you better have VC funding. Like, there's no way you're going to do that out of pocket. Not going to happen. I don't know what Hyperliquid is. I've never heard of it. So you're saying they're like a crypto exchange? To me, it seems like it's not even an exchange. It's just a coin, right? You're saying maybe the foundation? They have a coin also? Oh my god, based on their website, I want to short it. How do I short it? I fucking hate this auto-scrolling nonsense. Oh, I fucking hate it so much. How do I short this shit? Launch app. Okay. So this is the thing, right? app.hyperliquid.xyz. All right. Yeah, sure. I don't know. Yeah. I don't want to get too deep into the crypto bullshit. Keep in mind, I will happily buy and trade crypto on a reputable exchange. I don't want to have to set up a wallet, you know? So I'm very much like a normie when it comes to crypto. But I actually treat that as a badge of honor when I consider the fucking crypto bros. Right? The people that are like head up their ass about it. I think being a normie about crypto is the only sane way to be about it. Ooh, hold on. See, come on, play the music, guys. funded it themselves without VC. Yeah, I get that. You'd prefer to buy crypto through an ETF? Maybe. I'm not sure I trust the ETFs. Right? Crypto ETFs almost seem just as shady as like the junk bond market and like the shit that led to the 2008 crisis, you know? Seems like it's too easy to repackage all that gnarliness. So wait, what's bootstrapped? Are you saying them? I don't know about them. Right, you're saying like the hyperliquid thing? I have no idea. I'm taking your word for it. And yeah, exactly, Ben, right? Like, we're all human. I'm just, like, reading through the chat, making sure I didn't miss anything. Yeah, we're all human. We're all jerks from time to time. I think I stream so much, people see my jerk moments more than they see of a lot of other people. It's on me. I stream more than a full-time job. Like, I stream 2,500-ish hours a year. So, yeah. The ability to catch me in a bad moment is higher than I think a lot of other streamers too. And we could blame the whiskey, but that's a bad excuse. I've been a jerk without whiskey too. But yeah, Steven, are you asking about the thing I'm building? Right? The thing I'm building is bootstrapped, but like the cost is so minimal. Like, yeah, no, it's easy to bootstrap this. Yeah. Like, build in public. Like, yeah. When I saw people tweeting build in public, I was like, oh, cool, where's their stream? Oh, you mean they just, like, tweet once a day about what they're doing? Oh. Huh. Yeah, maybe, Steven. Yeah, that's fine. Actually, let's leave that for now, because we will need it. We're just not doing it yet. But okay, so the part we're at, we just did some back end stuff and we need to consume it from the front end. The way I want to consume that from the front end is over on this page. But yes, Steven, I do think bootstrapping is totally viable. Damn it, hold on. There's another article. We might actually have it still. Yeah, it looks like I didn't save that one. Okay, so... hold on. Let's just go to our history. Because I thought it was a really good article. So it's not middle. It's... nope, not that one. Okay, these guys talking. Super annoying. All right, so we gave the band to try, which is nice. Let's put on something where there's way less talking. Here we go. Yeah, I'm a tab collector. Damn it. Nah, I get it, Darv. I'm good. Right, the tabs I care about, right, my active working session is from here to the right. Everything to the left is the archive. Oh. It's an article we saw sometime in the past couple weeks. I think path is the right word. So let me go back to history real quick. And I'll give it just one more quick check. Nah. Was this it? This is it. Yes. All right. Boom, we found it. Yep. Your startup doesn't need to be a unicorn, right? The missing middle path, right? So middle and path is what I was thinking of, but that was the subtitle rather than like the actual title. What VCs don't tell you. And I think this becomes really like the thing that maybe Theo was missing when he was saying like, you can't do it without VC, because VC is at like the end of the spectrum, right? And totally bootstrapped is the other end of the spectrum. And there's like an entire bit in the middle that could involve angel funding and other things without having to sell your soul and without having to get unicorn status. So I really liked this article. In fact, let me just make sure I drag it back over and I don't lose it. Right. I get that, Steven. Ignore that part. Sure. But I think the big thing is that your startup doesn't need to be a unicorn. That's the takeaway. Sure, I get, like, are you an investor in Hyperliquid? Are you holding a bunch of stock at this point? Like, are you holding a bunch of coins? I know, I get it, but it's feeling a little shilly. is what I'm getting at. I understand it's possible, but you can't bank on hitting that 0.0000001%, like you just called it, right? I would not call that a viable path just because it happened. Winning the lottery. I mean, honestly, that's the viable path to being independently wealthy. Just win the lottery. How hard could it be? Right? So, I'm just saying. Ignoring the edge cases, there's still a viable path for profitability and making a business that delivers value and makes money without necessarily needing to be a billion-dollar company or without necessarily needing to be fully bootstrapped. There's that middle area that I think is valuable. Yeah, like Levels. He is totally bootstrapped, but if you look at Levels, he is one of the first people to tell you that he's done like 60 plus startups and maybe 5 of them have been profitable or profitable in a way that's worth continuing. Right? Until he hit with Remote OK. You know? He was not a success story. Not necessarily. He was like Mark Louvion at that point. And I do believe he has a book he sold, but I think he published the book after he did Remote OK, right? No worries. Yeah, it's fine, Steven. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate the chat. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. Dude. You don't have to do that. I appreciate the chat. I appreciate you not taking offense when I make the joke about the shilling thing, etc., right? But thank you for the gifted subs, too. I appreciate that. So yeah, who all got slapped in the best way by the gift hammer? So, Prospect Jump, Mitch, Junkita, Rowie, Kevin Naughton Jr., Mr. Sir, Flandrian, Koros, Sicariode, Pavel, George, and yeah, can I find who the previous list was easily? Giampi, Tauntonian, Moshiko, nice, Slinky Avenger, Lenny, Most Burger, Medusa T, Bigson, Chase Condition, and What is Nope? Yeah, super cool of you, man. Like, thank you. Have a good night. We'll see you again soon, right? I see the follow 43 minutes ago. I should have shouted it out then. My bad. Irish, thank you as well. And S. Baldasso, thank you for the follow as well. I get that, Bob. Yeah, lifestyle business became derogatory. Like, there's something to it where just consider all the fitness influencers out there. Right? Even that dude who's trying to live forever, he's got something to sell you, doesn't he? He's got a fucking supplement company. You know? You know who I'm talking about. The guy that siphoned off his fucking son's blood plasma. You know? Like, holy shit, dude. Right? Do you think that guy's really on the up and up? No, he's got some shit to sell you. And I think that's the biggest problem that there is with lifestyle businesses too. The fitness influencers, the diet people, like all that bullshit. It's really gross. It's really bad. Those people really, really did harm. Like in almost every measurable way, they've done harm. The Liver King asshole. What a fucking asshole. I'm fully natty. No, you aren't, you fucking liar. Like, dude, just, yeah. Life coaches. Do you think a life coach has their shit together enough? So much so that they're teaching you how to live your life out of the benefit of their fucking heart? No. They're making a living off of you. Because they couldn't do anything else. Like, dude, life coaches ruin that shit. There are snake oil salesmen everywhere. But it's become so much easier to market snake oil. The internet, man. The fucking internet. Oh, I get it, Bob. I wouldn't consider that a lifestyle business. To me, a lifestyle business is a business that sells people on a lifestyle. Like Liver King. Like fucking all the homeopathic bullshit artists. Just making enough money to fund your lifestyle, that's just called living at that point, you know? I wouldn't call that lifestyle business. You can have a lifestyle business working at a fucking lift operator in some ski town. As long as you have enough to live, right? And you enjoy snowboarding or skiing. I wouldn't consider that a lifestyle business. Otherwise, lifestyle business is the most common kind of business in the world. Nah, I don't know, Bob. There's probably another way to define what you're saying. Lifestyle business to me sounds like fitness influencer. Travel guru. Like the influencers whose hobbies are traveling. We've all seen them on dating apps too. What's your favorite hobby? Traveling. So you don't have hobbies. Okay, cool. Gotcha. It's an instant red flag for me when someone lists their favorite things as traveling. Like, I get it. We all like a vacation where you don't got to do anything and you're just out there doing whatever you want. That's not a hobby, though. Like, come on. Yeah, I see a dating profile and they talk about traveling basically anywhere. That's such a red flag. Oh my god. You know what I want to see? I want to see the opposite. What's your favorite thing? Staying at fucking home. All right. We might have something. We might actually have a legitimate connection. Your favorite thing? Just sitting at home? Oh, yeah. All right. Okay. We can chat. Traveling is a hobby? Fuck you. Like, oh, God. Fuck that. No, thank you. No, so I get that, Bob. I understand that. I would not call that a lifestyle business, though. That's just a business. You can operate a restaurant and totally live comfortably without ever becoming a unicorn restaurant, right? Without ever franchising or any of that stuff. That's just called a business. And if it doesn't make any money, it's a failed business. But I wouldn't call it a lifestyle business. I think there's a big difference there. I don't know. We could agree to disagree. Right? Yeah, I don't know. Like, does anyone else hear lifestyle business and think what I'm thinking? Or do I just have a bad definition in my head? Like, I would not qualify just a normal ass business as a lifestyle business. But that could be me out of touch, right? Is it me that's wrong? No, it's the kids that are wrong. My definition of lifestyle business is someone who makes money off selling a lifestyle. Right? Like life coach. Fucking travel influencer. Fitness influencer. To me, that's a lifestyle business. Fucking, dude, travel agent. That's one of the most bullshitty businesses in the world. Like, dude, with the internet, like, how is travel agent still a fucking thing with the internet, you know? Is a personal trainer considered a lifestyle business? I would say yes. And I would consider it kind of bullshit. It's preying on people in some way, you know? Like a personal trainer has a vested interest themselves in making sure you never leave them. There's something wrong with that, you know? Like, they can't give you every secret to the universe and set you up for success without them because, yeah, then they're out of a client. A life coach is not incentivized to set you up for future success. They're only set up to help you right now. Yeah, I get it, Space Case, but like, you could have done that on your own. You could have easily done that on your own. All of the information in the world is at your fingertips online. Right? I don't know, man. I understand value to maybe having a personal trainer. That's maybe like the gray area of it. But fitness influencer, I would actually consider a lifestyle business more so. And fitness influencer is like the bullshittiest of the bullshittiest to me. Yeah, but like the difference between a physical trainer and a fitness influencer gets really muddy really quick. Right? Like if you really do try and define it, the difference is really muddy. Or really fuzzy, however you want to say it. Sure, your form. In my opinion, Like, that is easily solved with an app these days. Apple Intelligence could kill the entire fucking physical trainer market. Just set your camera up, watch your form, have it critique it. Problem solved. Like, jobs that are vulnerable to AI, that's definitely one of them. Has anyone here ever seen the film Local Hero? I recently rewatched it. My parents loved that movie growing up. It's some Disney film from the fucking 80s. Some hotshot real estate guy goes to, I believe it's Ireland. Could be Scotland. I think it's Ireland. To try and buy up a town because of some oil bullshit, right? Like, pretty straightforward, like, okay, yeah, I get it. But there's one, like, side thing in it where the super rich guy that owns the oil company is paying someone to shit talk him because he's just surrounded by yes men or whatever. And there's this dude, he's paying for these therapy sessions just to be like, you are a worthless piece of shit, Mr. Blah, blah, blah. Like, you're terrible. How dare you? Like, blah, blah, blah. Well, all right, cool. That was a good session. I think we made some progress, and I'll see you next week. Right? Like, dude, that's what I consider a lot of the physical trainer and, like, kind of like other bullshit. Like, do you need it? No, but you'll happily take money from people that think they do. I'm really anti the fitness industry, the diet industry. Is there value? Yes, but the assholes have ruined it. So much so that categorically, it's bullshit. Can you find someone who means well, who's doing good? Yes. That's not the common case, though. In general, I push back on the vanity of a lot of these things anyway. Like, people who've watched me long enough, especially some people I consider friends, right? Like other streamers, etc., have run into this. There is something just purely superficial and vapid about the fitness industry. I'm only human. Yes. Fit people are more attractive, but that's just superficiality. That's me being victim to superficiality too. I'm only human, right? But to build a fucking cottage industry around it, to make money off the most vulnerable towards it, like, I don't like it. It's a level of vanity that my counterculture, like, inner child cannot rationalize. If that makes sense. Welcome to my TED Talk. Sorry. We got way off topic. That's my fault. Fuck Twitch mobile? Wait, what happened? Is it just the delay? Is that the issue? Yeah, there's like an inherent 30-second delay on Twitch mobile. It sucks. But the web experience on Twitch on a mobile device sucks way worse. Oh, really? Like, so keep in mind, it could be the length of the message. We didn't see any failures here, though, right? Or anything like held back by AutoMod. But if it's too long of a message, it will get held. But yeah, again, I just want to reiterate, the core thing that I think represents me is counterculture. Which means I'm going to disagree with most people. There is so much about pop culture that I fucking hate. And, you know, yeah, you don't have to agree. I get it. But I wouldn't be me without that. All right, so back to what we're doing. Yeah, what I want to do is build out the front end part of this. I want to get rid of this message. We want to activate the resend button by default. And then when you click it, the response will dictate what you get back. Exactly, Jordan. Yeah, how you doing? I don't know why. Your name seems familiar, but I think I'm mixing you up with like Jordan, like Walkie or whatever, who's like a prominent React figure. So I think that's it. I think I'm mixing up names. But how you doing, Jordan? Welcome. How do you pronounce your last name? Is it Steinke? Or is it Steinke? Stenky? Sorry, that sounded weird. Yeah, let me know how to pronounce your name. I can just say Jordan. That's the easiest way anyway. But I am curious about how to pronounce that name. I do feel like it's like a Steinke kind of thing. But let me know. Dude, we went late last night, Space Case. Thank you for joining. That was super fun, though. Like, we didn't have to put up with the AI pulling some bullshit. That was fun, man. Thank you for joining. Steinke is actually pretty close. All right. Well, there we go. Thank you. Yeah, for sure. I think tomorrow night for gaming, I'm probably going to try and hop into Last Epoch, which is a like Diablo clone kind of game. But they just pushed out like a new season or a new update, which added like the WASD like movement. And yeah, I'm thinking that might be more fun than slogging through PoE2 till they figure out like the balance and all that stuff. Oh, 7-year wedding anniversary. Congrats, dude. Hell yeah, man. Yeah, obviously. No. If I saw you on gaming stream, I would lecture you. Lightly. But yeah, maybe Saturday. We'll figure out what game we play on Saturday. I don't know if you have the game Repo, but it's kind of fun. And we've been playing that with Algo Bro, Robotic Head, and some other people. Speedy Alex has been in there too. Ethan has joined us a couple times. It's kind of fun. Like it's definitely best with a group because it's a little wild. Like I've never played it without the crew. I've seen Alex jump into like random games with other people, right? Like, you know, because you can see on Steam what games people are playing. But yeah, I don't know. That kind of game to me is all about the people you're playing it with, less the game itself. So what's the one game that has like the ghost hunting thing? I feel like that's a similar game. What is it, like Phasmophobia? I could get into some Phasmophobia with a crew. That'd be kind of fun. Especially if it goes on sale. But yeah, get some sleep. We'll see it, well, probably won't see you tomorrow, Space Case. But, see you Saturday, maybe. Have a good night, man. I mean, Space Case, don't do it yet. If it comes to Saturday and you're around, I could just gift it. Like, that's easy, man. I just want to play some games with you. But don't get it on my account because I'm not sure we'll be playing it, and I'd hate to like have you spend money and then we're not doing it. Like, come on, man. Dude, at some bars I'll spend $20 on a single drink. I can get a friend a game. So yeah. Don't worry about that. You're good, man. Consider it a wedding anniversary gift. If we end up playing it on Saturday. Because I don't know if we will. So I don't want you like doing that. In Seattle, it's actually not that expensive of a drink. Nah, Seattle's a fucking spendy city, dude. If you want to drink something other than well whiskey, yeah, you'll easily spend like $16 on like a good whiskey. No, I get it, dude. Seattle's expensive, man. It sucks. When I see a $12 Buffalo Trace, ooh, this is a good bar. Like, I think I've totally thought that within the past like couple weeks, for sure. Ooh, this is a solid bar. All right, cool. It is what it is. All right, so the part that I'm looking at is this message. What I'm going to end up doing here is I'm going to be violating one of like the rules I have for components in general. I think this component is going to own the HTTP request. So we've got this like notification item. That's a component the top level is wiring up, right? Like the top level is this page, right? And the component is then this like section. And this section owns some of these, like, if we go to delete, right? That modal or dialog is owned by this component. But also the verify email dialog is owned by this component. I'm wondering if there's actually enough value in abstracting the request to this top level. I'm not certain there is. The only thing it would mean is that this component, right, for the notification item would then be storybookable. For this project, am I going to use Storybook? No. But as far as like leading a good example, I think it's it. Like, this is where I'm conflicted. As an indie hacker, oh, dude, I would make this component as dirty as I care. Like, I don't give a shit. Like, probably on delete and on verify would have already been just part of this component, right? But as someone trying to show the right way to maybe build applications, it's worth maintaining that abstraction. The problem we run into is that we're dealing with like levels of indirection, right? This notification is going to need to care about the resend logic, right? Like technically the top level page would then need to care about the resend logic when really it's notification item specific. The reason I'm pushing back on making it a top-level concern is that I would then need to create like a map based upon notification ID to existing resend status. And the moment I'm making like a map like that, it's maybe the right way to go, but it's also just more overhead than I think it's worth. I don't know. Yeah, like, I am conflicted. There's definitely the right way to do this, and there's the quick way to do this. And I don't picture notification item ever leaving this context. Hold on. These guys are talking way too much. Come on, let's get some music. I kind of want to hear some All Them Witches. So these guys might be some like sludge metal as well, Lightspeed, if you're out there. They're going to start playing here in just a second. Shut up, Cheryl Waters. Play the music. Here we go. I'm a diamond. I would see these guys live for sure. I haven't seen them touring at all. Right? This concert's from 6 years ago. Right? This live on KEXP. Yeah, no, I think all them witches is closer to like stoner rock than it is sludge metal. Yeah, this is just stoner rock. All right, this is the last one of these. They have been a few too many. I think we're good. Yeah. Nah. No, no, no. So here's the thing. If we do it the naive way, it's a good lesson in migrating it to the better way later. So again, I'm saying again. I say again as like a filler word to make a point that I didn't necessarily actually make yet. In my opinion, what I'm doing, I think, is a bad pattern. You shouldn't be building like company level software this way, right? So I'm going to annotate it that way. And it's not going to be there, actually. It's going to be... Nah, the right place to do it is going to be here. It's going to be as some state logic. Nope. That is wrong. This is going to be... resend status? Set resend status. That is wrong. This is going to be... See, we're not getting any auto-completion for this. Hold on. We're going to comment that out. And we're going to restart the TS server and see if maybe it picks up on those types. Nope. What did we call it? It's that. We'll call it resend verification status. And we'll bring that in. Shit. Okay, hold on. Oh, I'm missing something on the back end. So yeah, obviously the Elixir stuff couldn't find what we're doing with that. All right, so number one, we need to do this part. So we do that, and then our next bit is that... Hold on, is this the song where they, like, count out 1 through 20? How many lines do I have? In this repo, we're at 500-ish. A big portion of that is just defining things that are used for our OpenAPI specification. As far as logic goes, we're at about like 300 for this module. And then, well, hold on. Yeah, 300. And then beyond that, like all of these like params and specs are actually for the OpenAPI specification, so we can generate a client. I like co-locating that with the thing that defines them, basically, or the thing that uses them, like the endpoints, etc. In my opinion, moving that stuff to another file just creates indirection for the dev. But it does introduce, like, well, where is the end of this thing? Yeah, okay, I can see that. Like, if you wanted to modify this action, like, permissions check, there is a little bit of, like, navigation to do. I could see that as being problematic. But yeah, I think another file would introduce way more indirection than necessary. So I don't know, there, JMeza. Oh, this is the song where he counts to 20. Nope. That's a big old nope. So instead, let's do the... I don't know, we haven't heard Shaky Graves for a while. There's his audio tree, which is good, or... There's the KEXP one. Let's do the KEXP one. Dude, I would definitely go see this dude play some music. I haven't seen him tour for ages. Yeah, there's a... It's up to the user to decide there, JMeza. Exactly. I'll agree with you. Like, it's tough. What's worse? In my opinion... At 300 lines of logic, we're set. And if you want to look at the definition of these things, and keep in mind, like, as far as like this file goes, some of this is defining more stuff for the OpenAPI spec, right? Like this operation block. So without our OpenAPI stuff, this controller would easily be just like 100 lines. Like, it'd be really quick. But if you want to look up this thing, I think if it's only ever used here, there's a benefit to having it defined here. But there is no like 100% rule for these things. To me, it's if I want to look at it, how far do I have to go? I would rather have this in that same file at the controller level. But there is a diminishing return, and whatever like number you want to decide, like 1,000 lines, is probably the right way to go. Because there's definitely like, dude, there's the clean code thing. Like, no function should be longer than 30 lines. Fuck you. Like, nah, dude. Fuck that shit. And I don't mean you specifically. I mean the dude that said that. Like the clean code guy, right? Like Uncle Bob or whatever. No, fuck you, Uncle Bob. 30 lines for a function or more is fine. 50 lines, 100 lines, totally fine, as long as it's readable. So I don't subscribe to clean code as a fucking, like, Bible, you know? I think there is a moment to recognize when he's just plain wrong, you know? It's all context dependent, and if you don't weigh context with these decisions, you're just as bad as the people that write 2,000 long line functions, or 2,000 line long functions, right? I think there's something to that there, Jay Meza. Right? Like, yeah, Uncle Bob's 30-line limit for a function is just as out of touch as a 2,000-line function, in my opinion. The boundary, I would say, is testability, right? Is your function pure? Or does it have a lot of dependencies on external things? That's where you should break it up. But the line length, dude, fuck line length as a metric for basically anything. I'm curious how you feel about it, though, right? Like, do you have any, like pushback on that statement, right? I think it's really, really, really fucking hard to write a 2,000-line function that doesn't have external dependencies. At which point, you should probably break it up. But if you're writing a pure function that is totally fucking pure, and it has 500 lines in it, at that point, yeah, it's up to you to write the unit test cases that solve all of the edge cases. But it's pure, so you can mock all of that shit. You know? So I think it's tough. Again, there's never like a 100% rule. I would say like the never 100% rule might also be a never 100% rule. Like there might be a case where it's black and white, but just too much stuff is gray area that it's not worth being dogmatic about these things. It's a feel, you know? And the feel comes down to how other people on your team care about it too. Right. If it's doing too many things, it'll have more lines than necessary. But if it's a pure function and all of the things it does are decided simply by what you passed into it, and it doesn't have edge cases, you know what? I think the function's as big and small as it needed to be. But if it has edge cases, well, yeah, abstract out the edge cases then. And then you can shrink the function. But, you know, it's all feel-based. And thank you for the follow. I think basically your follow means you agree. If that means you immediately unfollowed, well, okay, I get it. Sure. But I think these conversations are important because we want to write more maintainable code. In my opinion, readability of code is the most important thing we can do. Performance is second to the readability of our code. And there are edge cases to that statement because nothing's ever 100%. Every once in a while, you recognize that performance matters more than anything, and you abstract that shit out to its own terrible function without being embedded within a larger function, right? Readability is the number one scope and concern for everything. If you end up having something that readability is not the most important concern, well, that thing should live on its own in some separated way. Exactly, Jay Meza. Yep. I have a younger brother who is just getting into code over the past couple years. He's been using LLMs his entire career because he hasn't been employed yet. But he's built some stuff that does some shit. It's actually really impressive what he's been able to do with AI and LLMs. But he had such a dog shit fucking tweet. All code is maintainable. Haha. Bullshit. I can show you unmaintainable code. Oh boy, I can show you unmaintainable code. I could write unmaintainable code right fucking now if you want. I could prove that point. I don't want to because it hurts. Right? My younger brother is totally fucking wrong. But he doesn't have the experience. He's never seen truly unmaintainable code before. All he's done is dealt with code he wrote that an LLM helped him write that, yeah, is it unmaintainable or is it just badly written? Well, that's his fault because he has the context of it. But the moment he goes into a project that he didn't write, could he identify unmaintainable code? Abso-fucking-lutely, I bet. And then he would change his tune real quick. I don't know. Just saying, I love my brother. There was a time I didn't. But that time, way in the past. We're good. I love my brother. He is so fucking wrong about there being no such thing as unmaintainable code. Oh, motherfucker. You haven't seen some of the shit I've had coworkers hammer out. You haven't seen some of the shit I wrote myself and then had to refactor when I went to code review it the next day. Right? It's okay to code and create tired, but you code review with a fresh brain the next day. That's what I'm saying. If you don't do that process, you're going to produce some unmaintainable code. Because when you're debugging a terrible, hard to reproduce bug, or when you're coding out some brand new feature that's kind of complicated, you're going to write some really terrible code. And then you go review it the next day, and there's shit you got to fix. And I don't think my brother has had those moments. That is, to me, one of the edge cases for a senior dev. Have you seen some shit? Tell me about the worst code you've ever seen. That's actually something I'll start doing next time I'm in an interview process for a dev. If I'm conducting an interview, tell me about the worst code you've ever seen. What was wrong with it? That will tell you a lot about a dev, actually. I really like that. I hadn't thought of that until now. That's a really good interview question. Tell me about the worst code you've ever seen, whether it's yours or someone else's. What made it bad? That's a really good fucking interview question. Oh my god. Patent pending. That's mine now. You guys can't use that. That's my question. How dare you? You can't steal that. Nope. I'm kidding. Take it. Like, go for it. I don't care. I don't give a shit. I may never actually interview another dev in my life. I'm a developer advocate now. It's not what I do. Take it. Make your job easier. That's my gift to you. Yeah, no, that's a really good interview question. Not like, tell me about a time you've had to solve a conflict between two devs at your company. That's what they ask a senior. That is like the most common senior dev interview question. When you were leading a team, tell me about a time you resolved a conflict between two other devs. Sprinkle that one in with what is the worst code you've ever dealt with, what made it unmaintainable, etc. Like, oh man, I really like that. Ooh, I like that. Jay Meza, you're asking about like the resolving a conflict thing? I'm not talking about merge conflicts here. I'm talking about like when two devs disagree. How do you step in and solve it? And as a senior and like a lead on a team, not like that's actually really important. It is the most common question I've been asked as a senior engineer. In like every senior engineer like interview I've ever done. Like, yeah, that's a cross-cutting concern. Every single interview has had it. 100%. I'm not even kidding. Like, dude. Yeah. Just because my experience says that doesn't mean that it's 100%, but like it seems to me like really common. You're eating and an advertisement. Well, yeah, sure, I can wait a sec. I can go pee. BRB, let me go pee. Okay, I'm back. All right. So, real quick, what are you eating there, Mister Sir? What's up, brainless Mister Sir? How you doing? Very tired, long week. I get it. Okay. It's almost over. And 420's coming up. Wait, Sunday's 420, isn't it? I think I'm going to have to stream on 420. As is tradition. Right? I normally take Wednesdays and Sundays off, but I'll stream on a holiday. Oh, it's a 420 Easter. Oh, shit. Well, I'm going to have to get some candy then, right? I'm going to have to get me a Cadbury cream egg or two. Ooh, that's tough, Brainless. You know better than I do. You know where you live. Unless it's built into your contract that you can do that, there may be some kind of like non-compete that you might be violating by doing so. Ooh, this is a good Disney cover, actually. Hold up. Just kissed a girl. All right. We're going to at least hear this song out. Brainless, I would check with a lawyer. I would absolutely check with a lawyer where you live. If it's better money, you should be able to afford the consultation. Yeah, dude. Like, if it's worth the money, it's worth talking to a lawyer. One that would be willing to represent you in a case about it, right? Make sure you make that clarifying argument. If you advise me this way, would you be willing to defend me in court saying so? Here in the US, they could be disbarred by giving you a recommendation that they wouldn't actually back up. Right? It's why, like, in general, you might be watching, like, US streams and someone says, this is not legal advice. They don't want to be legally culpable for bad advice. My recommendation is, again, I'm not giving you legal advice, but you should seek legal advice. But this is not legal advice. See what I did there? Yeah, damn right. The performance fight you were having. Vaguely. Vaguely. Your neck's been killing you. You have scoliosis. Oh, you made me just like straighten out my neck thinking about it. Shit. Well done, Brainless. Like, dude, if anything, I would record that as like one of your wins and put that on your like resume at some point. diagnosed a method that was timing out at 60 seconds and brought it down to 5 seconds at X amount of requests per minute or some bullshit, right? That's like a major like milestone like bullet point on your resume or something. You have a better one, but that's a pretty good one, and you can list multiple. You don't have to pick just one. But to me, that would be at least a metric I record somewhere and I could call out later, right? If you don't record it now, you're going to forget about it. Yeah, 8 years long bug. I get that one too. But not all of it goes into your resume. It's stuff you need to be able to talk about in the interview at some point too. For the unabridged resume. Exactly, GigX. Yes. Yeah, and the Redis library had a bug that you were able to report and resolve. Like, honestly, all this stuff would go into just a logbook of things that you can talk about in interview processes in the future. If you don't record it somewhere, it's gone forever. You're gonna forget about it. And I'm saying this as a person that should probably record all the gain and stuff I've done at the current company I'm at, just cuz, you know. Just cuz. But yeah, like Brainless, you should definitely do that. And this goes for everyone else out there. If you have major wins, you record that shit. If anything, if you want to stick with the company you're at, it's how you argue for a better raise the next year or whatever, right? What have you done this year? Right? Performance review time. Hey, what's up, Keto Kibu, Mr. Sir? How you doing, man? Tonight's a Thursday. Are you, like, when do you start your stream? I'm probably wrapping up in about 10 minutes. I'm probably not going to be here that long. I got a concert to go to in Seattle. I was just checking. Like, I'd happily raid you. No, it's fine. I just wanted to double check. Yeah, I appreciate you, man. Like, I passed on the feedback you gave earlier. Oh, dude. Yeah, anytime I can. If I didn't have anything going, I would go long enough to raid you tonight, too. I have a concert to go to. It's the Polyrhythmics here in Seattle. They're like a good, like, funk band. And it's at a venue I haven't been to yet, so I want to evaluate if I want to continue to see other bands at this same venue. But, yeah, man, you do good work. You do really cool stuff. I passed on the feedback you made earlier today. I'm slacking on the one you gave just like yesterday or the day before. I'll do that. But the one you gave today was really good, so I passed that on. But it was like late enough that no one might have seen it yet. You'll be in Seattle May 19th to 22nd. I'm not going to be in Seattle then. We've got like a team meeting around the 20th. I might be around the 19th. I'm not sure about 22nd. But we've got like the entire product marketing team is going to meet up with our new like CMO or whatever. Yeah, I mean, I'll let you know. Dude, if I could hang out with you one of those nights, I'll let you know. For sure. Like, absolutely. I'll double check it. I think it's like it's something around there. I don't know the exact dates. It's like 3 dates in the middle of the week. That's like the part they care about. But yeah, no worries. Kyoto Kibu. Like, yeah, appreciate you. And yeah, just keep up the good work with all your feedback, man. Like, you're a rock star at the company. Like, you are well known. I hope you know that. Yeah, for sure, dude. Every single, like, product person at the company knows you. Because I shout you out by name when I get that feedback. Because I think it's important. Because I don't want to claim ownership over it. Like, nah, man. I don't know. I'm just passing it on. You make me look really good, though. But yeah, if y'all don't know, hold on. We're going to at least shout out Keto Kibu. He'll be going live later. Do you have any, like, context of, like, what you're going to be doing? How about that real quick? And then, yeah, I'll respond to your question there. Jay Meza, what am I working on? The project I'm working on is this. Right? We want to listen to the ATProto firehose and notify people when a keyword that they're listening for is mentioned. That's it. Right? Pretty simple, actually. But it's going to prove out the idea for another thing I'm doing for billing-based, like, quotas. So I'm going to have multiple, like, billing tiers for this project that I end up doing the other thing for. Such a good vibe on the concert here. All right, so you're going to be spinning a new admin API via C# Web API or more on a Twitch export tool, right? Okay, you're hold on, that's the subtitle tool, right? So yeah, sounds good, man. So yes, Jay Meza. The project is an Elixir Phoenix thing. I'm listening to the ATProto firehose. The part we're currently on, which we're probably going to be leaving off here soon because, you know, I got to get to Seattle. I'm going to see a good concert that's starting here in about a half hour or so. But the part we're working on currently on this project is rate limiting the amount of like resends that someone can do to verify an email, or an SMS number. And we're basically on the front end trying to figure that part out because this should be there, but we realize that we have a bug that we can solve real quick. And it has to do with our router. All right, so here in the scope auth router BS, we got this post verify endpoint. What we need to do is get a different one, which is resend verification. I think that's it, but we got to double check now. Right, so just the front end's doing it. Yes, exactly. What we're going to end up doing is the button will be live, but if it hasn't been enough time, you'll click resend and it'll say, oh, hey, give it X amount of time, and that response will come back and will like show a little counter or something. Right? But the back end is enforcing this because you can't trust the client, you know. So yeah, no worries, J Meza. Did I consider Gleam over Elixir? I did, but Gleam doesn't have full OTP support, at least at the last time I looked at it. And it also lacks a bunch of like library support, right? Like WebSocket stuff, etc. And I get it, like I could help build some of that stuff, but that's just not what I'm trying to do with this project. If I cared about Gleam, I would make libraries and do things. But I just want to build this. And Elixir just made more sense. Can't trust the client, but the customer is always right. The customer is always right in matters of taste is actually the full quote there, Lightspeed. So the customer is not always right. If the customer wants to wear a god-awful dress, go for it. Because they are right in matters of taste. They are not always right. Yeah. Like, customers love to mix that one up, but they're fucking wrong. Yeah, the customer is always right in matters of taste. This is not a matter of taste. Oh, that's kind of solid there, Keto Kibu. Wait, when did you work in a motorcycle shop? Were you also like a late to start like coder? Because I didn't start programming until I was like 30-ish, you know? That's awesome. So Sherlock, or Sherlock, I don't know how to pronounce it. How am I leveraging OTP? My goal is to listen to the ATProto firehose, which means at some point I'm going to need to farm out regular expressions on each message to other nodes. It was your put yourself through college job. Makes sense there. But if you think about it, Sherlock, or I'm going to say Sherlock, right? No shit, Sherlock. The idea is once I get like 1,000 keywords to listen for, I'm not going to bottleneck the main thread for that. So I need to farm that out to other threads, other processes, other horizontally scalable instances of this thing, right? To me, that is OTP at the core. Being able to farm that out and not give a shit who's processing it, and they simply find a mention and spawn a notification. It doesn't have to be real time. It just has to be real time. So if I only have one customer and they have even 10 keywords, I don't need to farm that out to another instance. But the moment it goes beyond that, I need to paginate, I need to split the load, and I need to farm that out to other like processes, regardless of if they're on the same server. In my opinion, Gleam was not ready for that. I could be wrong, but there's just so much I don't want to like deal with by being an early adopter for Gleam. I don't like being an early adopter. I think it fucking sucks. Certain people are really good at being early adopters. I'm really bad at it. I want shit to exist because I just want to make a thing do something. I don't want to build the things that help something do something. I'm an application developer, not a library developer, if that makes sense. And I've tried to make some libraries, and some of them might be useful. But I am an app dev, not a library dev. Where's the bottleneck there? The amount of things you can do concurrently per cycle, per message that you get. If you have 1,000 keywords you want to do a regular expression for per message, you're going to hit some type of like stampede when you get 1,000 messages per second or whatever. If you can just horizontally scale the amount of messages you need to handle, you can do 50 per core, per instance, per process, per whatever, and 50 is doable within a latency. But 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, not doable. Does that make sense, Lightspeed? Am I solving a problem I don't have yet? Absolutely. But I don't want to have to think about it when I do need to solve it. I just want to add another node to the system. And Sherlock, does that make sense? I just want to make sure my explanation is good enough for you as well, because you do seem familiar with these two things. Yeah, no. Like, I get it. I gain something from having to explain it to people that actually have the context and understand the difference, right? If you're a Gleam fan, your question about why I needed OTP is valid. I get it. And Gleam might get there eventually. Totally. In my opinion, the difference between Gleam and Elixir isn't about, more than anything, just syntax. Okay, so you're an Elixir fanboy. I get it. I think Gleam has a lot of value. I really like Gleam. I think it's nice where, like, if you prefer OCaml as, like, the language paradigms it has, etc., and then a little bit of, like, kind of JS syntax, Gleam is, like, the way to go. Whereas, in my opinion, Elixir has longevity, and if you like Ruby syntax, that's the way to go. The corest, basest, like most basic difference between them is what syntax you prefer. If you prefer OCaml as a syntax, Gleam is your bread and butter. If you are okay with Ruby and OCaml seems a little bit like heavy, yeah, or like, you know, Elixir is definitely what you should go for. Is my database going to get hammered when I'm querying to find any rows where keyword is in the message? So Lake, I can just paginate. Pagination can solve that problem. And again, having multiple nodes solves that. And then having read replicas solves that. So these scalability concerns are independent of each other in at least a little bit of a way, because I can paginate my queries to the database using streaming and a lot of the stuff built into Elixir. I can grab 100 keywords at a time and then start farming stuff out, as far as the regular expression part goes. Right? But reading from the database is easily like read replica bullshit, and we're good to go. And it's okay to have some kind of like latency of, well, this keyword was added to the system 30 seconds ago. Well, are they expecting to have every single message within the past 30 seconds added? No, they just want eventual consistency. It'll be rare that 30 seconds become the problem. And at 30 seconds, your fan out process there is probably okay. It's a good question, though, Lake. Like, yeah, it's a good question. But I think read replicas and the fan out process will solve like 99% of my problems. I don't know for sure because I haven't dealt with back-end systems at that scale where it wouldn't solve those problems. So if I hit a problem like that, it's a nice problem to have because it means I'm solving a lot of other people's problems and I'm probably profitable. I plan on hosting via fly.io. And fly.io has the idea of firecracker VMs, I believe, or something like that. Fly.io. Is that what they call it? Firecracker? Yes. So firecracker is a way of farming out like individual micro VMs. So I believe if needed, I can start doing that. But fly.io is how I plan on hosting this stuff, and then Firecracker micro VMs are a way that I can handle scale that I didn't anticipate. In general, though, the firehose is going to move at a somewhat steady pace, so it should be somewhat predictable. I doubt I'll actually need Firecracker micro VMs, but it's something that I could do, and it's something that's built into Elixir via Flame, right? If you're not aware of Elixir Flame, here you go. Fleeting Lambda something or other. All of these things are part of the reason why I chose Elixir as the backend for this. If I didn't care about any of this type of scale, I would have just spun it up with fucking Node. Like, who gives a shit? Problem solved. I'll handle 100 fucking users at once. Maybe 1,000. If this needs to scale up to 10,000 to 100,000, well, yeah, Elixir will actually handle that kind of easily. Node.js could handle 1,000. Probably just fine. I was a little bit looking for an excuse to use Elixir again, but also I think Elixir is actually just the right use for this case. If I need to scale it, it's a nice problem to have, but I think Elixir can handle that scale with the least amount of effort later anyway. Yep. Yeah, like in general, like Node.js, if the WebSocket connection fails, it'll take down the entire server, you know? Like, that sucks. And there's ways to work around it, but it's just like a level of having to care about those things I just don't care about. Whereas Elixir's motto is let it fail and just spin up a new one. It sounds a lot like Kubernetes, doesn't it? Yeah, Kubernetes is basically reinventing OTP. But here we are at 7:41 p.m. Doors opened at the concert I want to go to 40 minutes ago. The band I want to see is not the opening band, so we're good there, but I would love to like check out the opening band a little bit. So yeah, what's up, Childs, Mr. Sir? But I am wrapping up, so I'm sorry that I have to bid you farewell. Who should we go raid? Why are people not using Elixir versus breaking the bank with Kubernetes? Because people build things in all sorts of stuff that is not Elixir. If you already have infrastructure with Go, like Go, Node.js, C#, whatever, Kubernetes is broadly compatible with what you want to do. Anything you want to build, Kubernetes can handle. Elixir is very like niche and specific. You'd have to rebuild a bunch of shit versus just re-architecting how you do your infrastructure. Most people don't want to rewrite anything. They just want to re-architect things. And that's a very different problem to solve. So you can write something in anything you want, and Kubernetes can handle it at the architecture level. Does that make sense? So Kubernetes solves way more problems than having to rewrite everything, you know? A rewrite is one of the most costly things you can ever do. A re-architecture, as far as your like DevOps and your operations go, that's a solvable problem. And that's what Kubernetes does. But who do you go raid? Who's streaming right now? I don't want to raid a gaming stream. I like to keep it here in the software and game dev category. On a Friday night and Saturday night, I'll consider gaming streams. But on a weekday, on our like normal main days, I'd rather stream any other like software and game dev person. Small channels are fine, for sure, right? I see Rython, he's great. I see Matisse Tech, he's awesome. I'm looking at some of the smaller streams. Wolfie Master, killing it, sure. Definitely an option. Ooh, Josh Medeski, we haven't rated for ages. Shipping news features for a sesh. He's in like the... He's in the talk shows and podcasts category. I mean, no, Matisse is just a good dude. I'd happily raid Matisse just because he's awesome. Travis Roman has been here in the past few days, though. We see Frying Pan. Frying Pan's great. Good dude. Let's go look at the category. Maybe someone I don't follow who's killing it. Damn, my screenshot in the category looks like I'm about to sneeze. There's RW Grimm. Awesome. Yep, dude kills it for sure. Brainless, were you about to recommend someone? I prefer English speaking. I know. I got some biases. I'm only human. Okay. You'd like to raid someone smaller. I like that. Okay. Eduardo? Hold on. Which Eduardo is that? Oh, yeah. No, I don't know. I don't appreciate some of the comments Eduardo has made in the past when I rated him. And until he offers any kind of apology, like, no thanks. Polly Mars? I think I just saw that one somewhere. Eduardo's not a bad person. You should definitely watch him if you like his content. Like, totally. Go for it. I just, you know. So I don't want to do game dev. Sorry, John Poon. Sorry, anyone else. I don't want to do game dev. I know, I have some criteria here. Zero to Backend Hero. I like them to have a camera. I mean, we got people we could raid. I'm just looking for anything else just to be sure. Yeah, Norris J. Meza, have a good night. We'll see you again soon. I know, it's probably late. We'll see. Like, you know, I stream 5 days a week. I'll see you soon. Thank you for chilling. And I hope I answered your questions as you wanted. I see someone, Thundosa, building a Twitch portfolio app. And they have a camera. All right. Yeah, that's the one. We found one. Smaller stream. Let's do it. Yeah, for sure. Yep. And yeah, no worries, Jay Meza. Like, we'll see you again soon. I stream a lot, man. And I know, Hadlow, don't worry about it. We'll see you again soon. I'll be here tomorrow. I'll be going probably at least a little bit late tomorrow. I do want to play some like Last Epoch with some friends. They got a new patch or something. But Jay Meza, thank you for the follow. If I missed it, sorry, I forgot to call it out. I think. Oh yeah, I booked the Polyrhythmics gig. I'm heading to that right now. Yeah, for sure, Hadlow. Yep, totally. That's why we're ending right now. Technically, the doors open in 10 minutes. It's fine. I'll miss the opening act. We'll get there soon enough. It's okay. Yeah, it'll be a good show, I think. I think it'll be fun. So we're going to go raid into this person named Thundosa. They're working on a Twitch portfolio app, React Redux with Rails backend. If you were enjoying some of the Elixir stuff we're seeing on my backend, get your mind out of the gutter, Rails ends up looking kind of similar. And there's a reason for that. So let's go say hi. People on YouTube, thank you for hanging out. Appreciate you. And I'll be here tomorrow. And I'll be here Saturday. And I'll actually be here on Sunday, which is rare for me. But it's 420, so holiday time. So see you guys on 420 at the bare minimum, right? You'll be there.